Test, test. Testing, audio. Testing, audio.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. So nice to see a room full of people. I would like to ask you to please stand and join me in the flag salute. Ready, salute.
One nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Miss Angela, would you please do roll call for us?
Vice President Masumoto,
Present.
Member Burton,
Here.
Member Robles,
Here.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Preston.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Signaling something? This? Oh, the glass.
Glasses.
Sorry. Okay, let's continue on with our inspirational reading. There's Jenny, please.
Good afternoon. This time of year reminds us that progress often happens quietly, in the perseverance of daily work, between the big milestones, and in these moments, we don't always pause to celebrate. Still, it's worth taking a moment to reflect, because together we've made meaningful strides for students. We've expanded early learning opportunities, strengthened support for student mental health, enhanced school safety, opened new doors through college and career readiness, and so much more. Across campuses and communities, we've helped create the conditions for students to grow and thrive. As we head into the final stretch of the school year, let's carry this momentum forward. Let's continue to lead with purpose and remember that every effort, big and small, helps build brighter futures for students and families in Fresno County. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Bright futures, that's what we're all about, right? That's why we're here. Student representative report, please. Jacob Cavazos.
Good afternoon, board members. I hope you can hear me well. As our school year begins to wrap up the final month and a half, we are extremely excited to share some outstanding news from CTEC and the recent Skills USA California State Conference. This year, 20 of our CTEC students qualified for the Skills USA State Competition. A tremendous achievement in itself. These students went on to represent not only CTEC, but also the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, with excellence, professionalism, and pride as well. They competed against the best from across the entire state, and we are incredibly proud to report their outstanding performance. In particular, our welding pathway truly dominated this year's competition. Out of more than 4,000 students in attendance, CTEC students won every welding competition we entered. So here are the results. And CTEC students, when I call your competition, I would like you to stand up, please, show yourself. First, welding sculpture, which is one that I did. I placed gold in first place. Sheet metal, Gabriel Lopez, who achieved first place for California State. Advanced welding, Clayton Reeves, who also received gold. And our welding fabrication team, only one of our members showed up today. Josiah Esparza, along with his team, Mason Cross and Elias Solorio, placed gold, California. And our second welding fabrication team, who was not able to make it today, consisted of all ladies. Aiden Braxton, Sophie GC, and Joy Tucker, who received third place for California. We are just incredibly proud of all our competitors, not just for their medals, but for the way they carried themselves and represented Fresno County at the state level. They demonstrated skill, focus, collaboration, and resilience, qualities we strive to cultivate in all of our students at CTEC. And now, our gold medal winners will go on to represent California at the Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference in Atlanta, Georgia, from June 23rd to 27th. These students will compete on the national stage, bringing with them not just talent, but the support and pride of the entire Central Valley. We again thank you for your continued investment in CTE programs and in giving students these life-changing opportunities. The success we're sharing today is a direct reflection of the support, guidance, and vision on this board and the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. We look forward to continuing to build on this momentum, and we'll be sure to keep you posted from Atlanta this summer. Do I have any questions?
May I just jump in and congratulate and thank our welding teacher who happens to be with us? Look at all that. Thank you so much for guiding our students to refine the skill set that they probably came in with a little bit of interest, and you helped build them to the level of accomplishment that they're having right now. Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Those are investments for a lifetime. Thank you.
Do we have the photographer here today?
We do.
Can we get a picture with
Sure.
the members of this team, including their instructor and their principal?
Yeah.
Hardware.
I would
Do it
love
in our
to do
typical
that. Can
way?
we do
Sure.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds really nice.
Yeah.
So
Come on,
students
team.
and-
Thank you.
Here.
Well,
And you have the hardware with you too. Go grab your trophies too.
Yeah, get the hardware.
Get your trophies.
You're very good. You're very good. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you.
oh, I have to picture.
See?
This is all the men this way.
We have hats to look around.
Love it.
Good work.
Bravo, bravo. Continue to graduate. Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations. Indeed. Yes.
Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate that.
Thank you for
Okay.
gracing us today.
It's time to move on to adoption of the agenda. Any additions or corrections to the agenda or changes? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there- Motion by Tapscott Munson, second by Robles. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masimoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to approval of minutes. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Is there a motion to approve the minutes as set?
So moved.
Member Burton, is there a second?
Second.
Second member Tapscott Munson. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masimoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson. Yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to Employee of the Month. This is some of the fun stuff we get to do today. Ms. Bradigan, would you please enlighten us about our amazing employee?
I would be delighted to. All right, Jennifer, now we get to shine the spotlight on you for the next few minutes. I know it's uncomfortable, huh? We are pleased to honor Jennifer Callahan, Accounting Technician in Business Services, as the April 2025 Employee of the Month. Jennifer began her career with FCSS during the challenging COVID era, quickly adapting to new processes to ensure continuity of an essential department. From the start, Jennifer has shown up and shown out for her accounts payable team, the program department she serves, and most importantly, the students who depend on her work. Some of the most notable achievements include playing a key role in the thought process, testing, and launching of the new Laserfish accounts payable cash, working diligently to ensure timely payments for every new teacher residency division resident, collaborating with early care and education to support over 1,000 stipends that were paid out by year end, and demonstrating excellent auditing and communication skills to provide all the necessary details. Jennifer's positive attitude and unwavering dedication have inspired her team. Her ability to handle challenges with grace and genuine care for her colleagues and the community makes her an invaluable member of FCSS. Jennifer, you encourage teamwork and connection in your department. Thank you for being such an integral part of the business services team and Team FCSS.
Smiling, looking at you. And at all these amazing finance folks behind you. You know, it's sometimes said that all roads lead to finance. And I'm so grateful that each and every one of you are on this team. You don't get to say enough. Value your role and how you serve us and our districts. I'm very grateful to each and every one of you. And the fact that you're standing kind of up in front is really a very special moment for all of us, Jennifer. You're very, very competent at your job, but I don't think we recognized you this month for that, although thank you for that. We rely on you for that, but it's your above and beyond sensitivity and the fact that you take so seriously being a warm and welcoming presence on our team, how you look for ways to lift up others and manage conflict if there is any, and just smile and be gracious through it. And we're very, very grateful to you for your contributions to our team. They're invaluable. And the chocolate that's always every ready, yes, is like such, yeah. Anyways, congratulations. We honor you today and thank you for all you do. I will say a word or two and then you get to speak a moment.
Yeah, we'd like to take a little opportunity to say something about you. Who would like to begin?
We can jump up. I will.
Sure, thank you.
All of a sudden, really, we're all embarrassed to talk. I don't know. Seems like we should all be pretty good. I think about it. So many businesses talk about the people, but when it comes down to it, the payments are pretty important. I think about my own experience in work, and a lot of my work stops when the bills don't get paid and the vendors close us down, and people are calling, and suddenly that's where it all ends. That's where I think all roads lead to accounting. So I very much admire it, and I may have enjoyed math at some point, but I don't enjoy accounting. Seems too complicated for me, especially with all of us that just did taxes. But thank you very much for ensuring that and coming in during the COVID time. I know sometimes it was kind of difficult. My own experience is during COVID, there's sometimes you started a new job and half the people are at home, so you didn't even have somebody to ask a question of how things were going, because it was sort of where am I and finding my way around. And so the people who came and stuck it out during that time are very dedicated to the organizations that they're with, because even though they got a lot of good support, it's not the same support as you get when your whole team is in the office together, working together. And it's a real testament to yourself and your team that you work with, of how they supported you during that time to really bring you onboarded and those types of things. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Jennifer, we are just so blessed to have you here today, and we can tell by the attendance today and all the smiles what you bring with your leadership and your leadership skill sets. And it's evident with your team that you lead with your leadership. And leadership is something that's very important and rare to find. And to be able to do it with grace and integrity and kindness is rare. And we thank you for that. We thank you for that. And coming in during COVID was a very difficult time. To step in to the plate and handle everything at that time and being able to pivot how we had to pivot when we needed to pivot, to be able to make sure all of our employees were taken care of during that time, the special wraparound services that we needed to provide at that time for everyone and all of our employees. And so coming in at that pivotal time was instrumental, and you handled it. You came in with grace and integrity and took on the position and handled the team and brought everyone through. And they're all smiling still. So that's a testament to you and your character. And that's what we need more of. And you're a testament, you're a role model, and we thank you for it. And continue to serve with your grace and integrity. Appreciate it.
Very quickly, I echo my colleagues' comments as well. Thank you so much for all that you do for FCSS. And I think too, when we think of essential workers, during COVID, we were thinking about our medical staff or firefighters or policemen, but really there were so many more essential workers that were holding it down for everyone in the background. And so you were one of those. And like we mentioned here, we couldn't function if it weren't for our finance people. And so thank you so much for stepping in and stepping up, and we appreciate it. And I'm so glad to hear all the wonderful things that people have to say about you and your coworkers as well. So thank you so much.
How much more I could add, but unlike Member Burton, I actually loved math. And
I love geometry.
I was a bookkeeper for 1 year because I couldn't do it. So kudos to all of you. And I'm just going to say that, this is a holiday week, and we have so many employees here today that you could be home or on vacation or elsewhere, but they're here because they want to celebrate you, Jennifer. So, that says a ton about you and what you stand for and who you are. And we're so grateful for your service and for the role model that you are for everyone. Congratulations.
Bravo.
Would you like to share a few words? And I would just say, as everybody's talking, all the heads behind you, you didn't see, we're bobbing along. So they're in agreement. They love you. We love you.
Been a minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Dr. Koper, Dr. Lara, Kevin Otto, and the Board of Education for this honor.
We love you.
We're with you. It's okay. It's okay.
It's just us. Your friends.
I'm very grateful to be chosen as your Employee of the Month for April 2025. I would like to also thank Domenico Johnston and Andrea Soto for being wonderful bosses who care.
That's fair because they are wonderful.
To give praise and encouragement to all of us in internal finance. Their support of what we do all day, day in and day out is exceptional. I consider myself very fortunate to be working in this department. Thank you for all that you do for us. I'd like to thank everyone in internal finance. You are the best people to work with. And I appreciate your hard work and dedication that you provide on a daily basis. To the AP team, what can I say? You guys rock. Let's try not to. You are my work family. I love that we can laugh at mistakes and step up to one another. I knew. Okay. Mistakes and we step up to help one another when the need arises. We all have accomplished so much together and we will continue to do so. Thank you for all that you do every day. Thank you to District Finance, Business Services with Rhoda and Brenda. I appreciate your friendship, laughter, and good conversations when you provide. To the departments that I serve, thank you for your patience, your understanding when I question a payable or I have just questions in general. I appreciate your time and assistance that it takes to complete the question payable for payment. My family. Okay. I can't thank you enough. Love and support and understanding, especially during the busiest times of the school year when I have more of a workload to complete. The December before winter break and coming up the school year. I love you both so much. And what I do, it's not for me. It's always for you. It was a big decision for John and I to close our business back in 2019 and take a chance with a career in education. We have always been on the volunteer side of things while Rhiannon was in school. We were very fortunate and grateful to be there for Rhiannon and other students when many other parents could not. Now to be on the other side in education is truly a blessing and an honor. Okay, the last paragraph. Irma Hicks. And Ray Martin. Thank you both for giving me an opportunity to work for Fresno County to become a school. I hope that I'm making you proud. Phone, which I left in my office, but that I listen to occasionally that has Rick's voicemail and his words when he called to tell me that I actually was hired. And so in that, I wonder what he would say about today if he was here. And in closing, thank you again for this opportunity. So we need a picture with you.
And you're with, I think, Tammy.
Yeah.
And yours is in the beach you walk on water.
Uh-oh. I don't know about this.
And thank you for sharing her with us.
Thank you for those of you in the room, many of you might know, give me a friend of Rick, who we miss that he was with us in Houston. This is very beautiful. Very proud of you.
Congratulations. Okay, now we get to move on to our other highlight of the day, which is recognition for Superintendent Superstar. Ms. Burrell, please. Bravo.
It is our honor to recognize Sandra Melchor Toledo is our April Superintendent Superstar. Sandra is a senior at Mendota High School and exemplifies what it means to be an Aztec. Sandra's formal education in the United States began in the 3rd grade when she arrived from her native country of Guatemala. Sandra has maximized all the opportunities that Mendota High School offers to better herself and support her community. Sandra's academic accomplishments are second to none. She will graduate with a GPA of 4.65. While at Mendota High School, she has maximized her potential by taking honors and AP classes and being part of the Ag Science and Technology dual credit pathway, which she completed. She will earn her AS in Ag Tech with 65.5 college units. I think there's another. Sandra was selected to serve as the student representative for the Mendota Unified Board of Trustees, where she advocates for the students at Mendota High School and reports to the trustees about the events taking place. Sandra is active in multiple clubs and organizations outside the academic realm. She participates in the NAMI Club, Pre-Med, Junior Statesman of America, and Fusion Club. Her passion comes out when working with animals. Sandra has been involved in FFA for all 4 years. She raised a lamb and a rabbit for show at the fair and is part of the Spanish Creed competitive team. Her crowning achievement for FFA was recently earning the highest FFA award for the state of California, the state degree. Oh, yeah. Off campus, Sandra can be found working to support the less fortunate at the Fresno Rescue Mission, selling papers for Kids Day, or providing clothing through the Warm Hands, Warm Hearts Club. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sandra. We spoke a little bit about this. I'll say a few words. Our board will confer or affirm and congratulate you, and then it will be your chance to speak here. And then with the reporter from Fox 26. But I just want to say thank you. Again, 206,000 students in Fresno County schools, and you are it, our April 2025 superstar. And I'm sure you recognize why we want to recognize students. We want to show all of our kids younger than you, all of our students, what's possible. And you are a tremendous example. Your principal, Mr. Kirby, denoted that you've only been speaking English for like 9 years, and you're making it look easy with your AS degree and your 65 units achieved through dual enrollment. Just so proud of all of your considerable accomplishments. What we often see, though, with our superstars, and you are no exception, in fact, quite a tremendous example, is that you are leading with your heart. You're thinking a lot about what you can do to serve others with your skills and your gifts. And that's a beautiful thing for us to see as we make policy decisions for schools. So I want to thank you for that as well. You clearly have a big heart for others based on everything you've shared with us. I might want to share to the audience that she's not just stopping at the state level. She's going after, in the next few months, her American FFA degree, which happens usually when you're like 21 or 22 because of the arduous requirements of that award. And you're probably a month or two away from that, right? Again, an example of your extraordinary accomplishments. I just wanted to underscore that when we asked you what your favorite experiences were, they were examples of leadership opportunities that sort of expanded your world, gave you a chance to meet others, and learn from and share with others that are doing good in the world as well. So our future is very bright with you assuming leadership roles in the future. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow, and I try not to get emotional with these things, but it's so hard. Because we have a very similar story. I didn't learn to speak English until I was in 3rd grade as well. And just to understand the amount of pressure that as immigrants we have to succeed, to be the best, to take advantage of every opportunity, it weighs so heavily in our hearts. It really does. Because we have our families behind us, we have generations of people behind us who sacrifice so much for us to have this opportunity and to be in this country. And just seeing all your accomplishments, oh my goodness, you should be so, so proud of yourself, and your parents should be so, so proud of you, because it is not easy. It's not easy to pass your classes, let alone have a 4.56 in GPA and be involved in extracurriculars and do everything that you're doing. So I very highly commend you for everything, and I know you have such a bright future ahead of you. I know for a fact, I never saw myself up here when, I came to this country. And you will one day be able to sit in spaces where others didn't have the opportunity to, that maybe your parents didn't, or others that look like us. And you're going to change the world in so many ways. And I know that. So thank you so much for sharing your success with us and allowing other students to see their potential and the great opportunities that our schools provide in whatever environment, because I know you come from a rural area, but you've been able to succeed regardless. And so thank you so much for sharing that with us. And kudos, is that your mom? Mami. Ha hecho un muy buen trabajo con su hija. Y nosotros todos aquí, yo puedo decir que estamos muy orgullosos, y no solamente de su hija, pero yo sé todo el trabajo que se lleva a criar a unos hijos, y también los sacrificios que usted ha hecho por su familia, y todo eso cuenta. Y ahí tiene el testimonio de su trabajo. Entonces, muchas gracias, y espero verla hacer muchas cosas más grandes en el futuro.
Yeah, I kind of highlighted on my paper FFA state degree. Kimberly wants to know because she didn't do FFA. But I think
Lived on the cul-de-sac area.
I think that's 5 state level activities, right? Yeah, like it's not just being a member of FFA, but it's actually participating at the state level. And so going on the national, that's actually participating in FFA activities at the national level. And people kind of need to understand what that is. It's not just taking the lamb to the fair. It's state committees, it's time commitment, it's assignments, it's returning and reporting, it's being a representative for the Central Valley to the state. It's a tremendous work, especially for our own community, and you being from Mendota. I know you think a lot of people don't get out there. Trustee Tapscott Lessons area, but I'm pretty familiar with the Chevron because I've gotten a soda there a couple times. Right on the corner there. But yeah, congratulations in that, in your participation in those items. When you talk, we usually say, what are you going to do? What do you want to plan to do? And then, returning to the Valley. I think each one of us here, I don't think any one of us was like, one day I'm going to be on the school board. We thought we were just going to do whatever, but we were highly invested in our communities, and we saw how we can be an asset to them. And we wanted to give back. And that's what we see in so many of you, of the young people today, and especially yourself, seeing your service, being selected to be the student representative for Mendota Unified School Board. We don't touch that much on that, but that's a big deal. It's a big deal being the student representative on the school board, and then representing for those students who are out there in Mendota. So my only question then is going to be, did you like your lamb or your rabbit more? Oh. I had a rabbit and I was always afraid he was going to bite me. Yes. But yeah, thank you. And FFA is one of my favorite things to go and watch at the fair. And I love watching like the lamb get stacked and you kind of hold them like a certain way. And you see how much somebody's worked with their lamb to get them to be exactly how they need to for showmanship. Congratulations on that. And, you know, obviously great academic achievement. It's a total dedication and from your family supporting you. None of this happens without a lot of support from family and friends, relatives, neighbors, teachers, all looking to be vested in your success. Congratulations.
Oh my God, Sandra, you are just brilliant. All of your accolades. 4.56 dual enrollment. We could just sit here all day and just talk about you. You're just brilliant. And so we did ask one question, where Brian went through it. So once you complete and graduate, what are your plans? What college are you attending? What are your next steps? We want to know next steps. Okay.
Hopefully double major and go for
Okay.
So I want to go either or Texas. Because both but I family. I was always ready to help them, and I wanted to feel that I wanted to help them family, so hopefully getting to the path that you see and just having that connection with them, these who are gonna be in the same background as me and like we feel a lot of each other, so we think that connection even when I'm older, so things like that. In the beginning.
And then you'll bring your talents back to Fresno. Yes. Okay, good, because we love you, we adore you, we are so proud of you. All of your accolades, all of your hard work, determination, and your mother, all her self-sacrifice to create such a beautiful daughter, everything you've poured into her, all of your self-sacrifice, making sure she's where she needs to be, when she needs to be there. I know that life, I recognize it, and I want to commend you, Mom, for all that you've done to pour into your daughter, to make her such a beautiful woman that she is today, presenting well, intelligent, achieved, everything, and just the world is your oyster. UC Berkeley, look out, here she comes. Mendota is well, I am so happy. Kudos to you and the best to you. The world is your oyster. The ceiling is unbreakable. Whatever you want to achieve, you can.
Gonna say, as an Aggie, was an Aggie and am an Aggie, I remember one of the most agonizing parts of raising market animals was after the sale, putting them on the truck. Did you experience that? Did you have to do that? Or is there not a part? Yeah, that was the hardest part, I'm telling you. And yeah, but it takes a lot of fortitude to do all the things that you've been doing. And vision and passion. And I can tell you'll do well at Berkeley. I have a husband and a daughter that went to Cal. You know, it takes a certain spirit to go there, and I think you've got it. So I wish you all the best in your future. Thank you to Mom. Thank you to the school for allowing us to celebrate one of your students and for providing the opportunities to have dual enrollment, because not every school does that. And it's just really, really a mark of excellence for the school. And the fact that you've done so well in that pathway is just remarkable. So congratulations, we're so proud of you.
David, your turn.
Would you like to say a few words, or maybe introduce who's here with you?
So like you guys have seen, here's my mom and also my family here, as well as my counselor.
Principal, I want to thank all of them for being here today. Like we have heard, six, 10 years old, had to adapt to a whole new environment. Making new friends, because even when I was in Guatemala, I didn't go to school. So when I came to US, this was my first experience ever at school, because I didn't have that opportunity due to finance issues at my home country. And so having to adapt to that was, it was very difficult when I came here, but I knew that I wanted to do something more. And I wanted to show my mom that she didn't bring me here just to break me and that it's gonna hit her bad. This is why I decided to, after my first year, I came to learn English in 1 year. So after I was like, if I could learn English in 1 year, what's gonna be? So it's good grades. I started to get 4.0s all through junior. I did not just want to stop there, which is why I decided to join clubs, participate in competitions, and so much more, just to prove that I didn't come here for nothing, and to show everyone that even if you come from a background, kind of like a more unfortunate background, you can still prove yourself and do so much more. And I hope that I could prove that, and that you guys see that you can accomplish a lot of things, even coming from such background that I did. And it's like congratulating a lot and for me, and that were there for me, like my mom. She always gave me everything that she had, even if it was just a little bit. She never thought twice to give everything to me. Um, Having those competitions, having to go to the first and third for my lab, it wasn't just my effort, but also hers. Having to wake up at 5 with me to be able to take me there. It was an effort that she also put in, taking me to competitions, taking me, waking up as well early with me. And I'm really grateful for her because she always pushed me to do everything, even if I didn't win a competition, she would always tell me to do a good job. And that's what always pushed me to keep going because she was always there to support me my counselor. So I appreciate you so much. I wish everyone had a counselor like mine was the best. I really appreciate all the shit she's done for me and she really helped me. I don't think I would have been able to go into Berkeley without her. She really helped me with college applications and really putting everything that I've done in those applications and she was amazing at that. Um, We're technically not related by blood, but they have always been there for me, and they took me in as their family, despite not being related. And I really appreciate that. At first, when I came here, I kind of felt like an outsider since I didn't have family here or many friends, but they didn't think twice to take me with their family. I really appreciate for them. Appreciate that for them that they love me as a family.
And people that think that are worried about the future, I don't know where, that they need to come in this room. It's like amazing.
Mama and Kirby and.
Yes.
And then Jessica said, very
I know.
best counselor. Torian, you want to come up and join us?
I'll need to get word to come back, but.
Yeah. Okay.
Announcing.
It's a check, so you don't use it for that. It's sponsored by our youth that are awarded the superstar in the last several years, the award for the $100. So thank you.
Congratulations. We will now take a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 2:25. We'll have refreshments outside to celebrate our honorees. Meeting back to order. And at this time, we are starting our community input time. The public may address the board pursuant to established procedures. No action shall be taken pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.3. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the Fresno County Board of Education, and the total time for public shall be limited to 20 minutes per or bylaw 9323. I have 4 speakers that have requested public comment, and the first speaker is Wendy Slack. Would you please come to the podium? And then following Wendy is Teresa.
Very nice this afternoon. I am speaking as a parent, but I'm also an educator. I am in strong support for Big Picture Academy and its mission to provide a quality education for students in our community. I have been closely involved with this program since 2023, when my son began attending Big Picture Elementary as an 8th grade student. My son was diagnosed with autism at the age of 3 and has struggled throughout his educational career, both academically and behaviorally. From the time he started kindergarten at Corvus Unified till he left Fresno Unified as a 7th grader, he was a special day class student. In all that time, in those 2 districts, there were only 2 years of quality education that helped him overcome his inability to lead and be successful. We were promised his success, but we were left feeling defeated until we discovered Big Picture. It was at this time he finally was able to get the individualized academic instruction he needed to grow levels in his reading, gain confidence in his academic areas, and succeed in holding his own in a general education classroom. As his advocate, parent, and fellow educator, I have fought for his right to receive a quality education that could meet his needs. Big Picture Academy has accomplished this more in 2 years than he had in his previous public school career. The schools have provided opportunity for him to be a part of the general education experience with supports. He utilizes the Student Services Department, which provides his instruction to meet his IEP goals, as well as provide the assistance he needed and needs to comprehend and attain the knowledge needed to succeed in all the subjects. But academics are not only the important aspect, but also the impact it has on my son has been the opportunity provided by Big Picture, such as athletics, life experiences, and connection. For example, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact it has provided for not only my son, but his fellow peers who have struggled to fit in traditional school experiences. My son's friends have had similar experiences where they were pushed to the side in their school experiences because they didn't look, sound, or behave like everyone else. These 2 schools have given students a chance to compete in sports with other charter schools that have been just like them. These students have finally found a home, a place where they feel seen and heard for the first time. As an elementary school principal in a traditional district, I know that I have access to many resources, both financially and curricular, that this charter does not. But I believe it is not for the lack of trying or having the support needed. We always have room for improvement. And as educators, that is our life's mission, is to continuously be better, provide the best opportunity for our students. I believe that Big Picture Academy is the opportunity to demonstrate their resilience, given access to the same schools as many of their
That's
in
time.
town.
Thank you. Is that true?
Oh, my Teresa, I am a graduate of Big Picture Adult High School. I just kind of want to let you guys know what opportunities I have gotten since I graduated from Big Picture. I am a graduate of Fresno City College in child development. I also earned a certificate in early intervention. And I am on track right now to be a graduate of Fresno State University in 2026. I truly believe
that I would not have this opportunity if it wouldn't have been. I went to many different schools trying to get my high school diploma and was always met with, well, why don't you just get your GED? Why don't you just get your GED? It'll be easier. You won't have to do all the work. I didn't want my GED. I wanted my high school diploma, and now I have my high school diploma. I am an employee with Fresno Unified. I work in a special day class with children who have special needs. And I'm going to graduate with my bachelor's in behavioral science. And I just want to say thank you so much to Big Picture, because I really don't think that I would have these opportunities if it wasn't for them.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Felix Robles.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Felix Robles, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal for Big Picture Adult High School, an institution that represents far more than just a test score. Our adult program serves over half of BPA's student body, with more than 200 adult learners. We educate adults who once were overlooked by traditional system, those who are returning for a second chance, those learning English to better support their families, and those rebuilding their lives after setbacks. Yet, in a 45-page report counting, our program was only mentioned fewer than 10 times. There was no full site visit, no classroom observations, and no conversation with students or staff who brings the school to life. Despite the lack of recognition, we have made meaningful progress. We have hired more advisors to provide individualized support, implement live instruction in math and English, created a state testing preparation classes, and launched college and financial aid support. And we are seeing results. We have students attending community college, vocational programs, and even four-year universities, all because they earn a high school diploma here. We also have ESL students who push themselves to learn English with a dream of transitioning to high school diploma track. They know this path will unlock access to a higher education and better paying job. This is the power of opportunity. Our students show up every evening after working 10-hour shifts, after parenting, caregiving, and carrying countless other responsibilities, because this school gives them hope. This is the impact of Big Picture. That's the kind of transformation we can make possible. We are not asking for a pass. We are asking for a partnership that recognizes that education looks different for everybody. We're not a failing school. We are here. We are a school of opportunity, perseverance, and promise. Thank you.
Elliot Murray.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Elliot Murray. I have the pleasure of serving as student engagement and athletic manager. As you have heard the stories, a few stories here today, this is not big picture of the past. This is big picture of the now. Big picture I see as a lighthouse for the community, a lighthouse for parents to bring their children that's not having success, either in academics or in a social aspect of regular school. At Big Picture, you find the love and the support that you need here at our school. I just give some examples of a student that watched his mom get killed at the age of 3, and all those traumas and things like that he has dealt with. Coming to our school, we able to navigate and to help as a team, as a support team, to help him get through everyday life in schooling. Now the family, the guardians trust us to help this student navigate through the schoolwork, getting along with his peers, and even if he have breakdowns, we know how to handle those things as well. Take a kid just came from Clovis. She had convulsions of getting beat up all the time at that school, and mom brought her to our school, and now it's 2 months in, and she is really opening up She no longer have convulsions anymore. Mom is trusting of what we're doing here at Big Picture. I take another student from another school that came to our school. She had her arm broken, and now she didn't know if she'd be able to make it, but now she has made friends. She's getting along. She's doing her schoolwork. She's advancing, and now the mom is so grateful for bringing her child here. I speak about a kid that all he thought about was bulldog gangbanging and things like that, but now he's encouraged of his schoolwork, his testing. He excited about his test scores going up and things of that nature. So I plead with you, when you look upon our school, don't look at the past, look at the now. Love covers all. And that's what we're doing here at Big Picture. Our new regime, our new staff and admin and supporters, they think with their heart for it, because these are children and families that we are pouring into. And we don't know where they'll go if they leave our school. People have second chances, first and second chances, third chance. Where will we be without those chances? Where will we be? So look within and give us a second chance to do our job as well. God bless you.
Assume there are no other public comments today. All right, we'll close community input. We have no public hearing. Moving on to reports, information and discussion, educational innovation and support. Dr. Jennifer Enns. We're here to talk about our quarterly Williams report.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Kofer. I am here to share with you our quarterly Williams report, which encompasses January 1st through March 31st. And this is the report for our own schools. And as a reminder, as part of the Williams settlement, we are required to report quarterly any complaints that may have been filed for teacher misassignments or vacancies, instructional material insufficiencies, or facilities. And so, as you can see from the attachment provided, I'm happy to share that we have had no complaints reported in the last quarter, our third quarter.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along to action items regarding charter schools. Dr. Jeff Hunt, would you please share with us your report?
Good afternoon, Vice President Masumoto, County Trustees, Dr. Kofer, Cabinet. Item J1 asks the County Board consider approval or denial of the Big Picture Educational Academy renewal charter petition and adoption of recommended resolution 2025-21. Lead petitioner Diana Gonzalez, Superintendent, is seeking charter renewal for Big Picture from the Fresno County Board of Education. The renewal petition, submitted on February 5th, 2025, covers a proposed renewal charter term from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2030. A public hearing was held here on March 20th, 2025, and a site visit took place on March 17th, 2025 as a part of the petition review process. Big Picture provides a comprehensive K-12 educational program, including an adult high school diploma program with an English as a second language offering. The elementary program, located at 2011 Mariposa Street in downtown Fresno, serves approximately 175 TK through 8 students in a seat-based model. The high school campus, located at 1207 South Trinity Avenue in West Fresno, serves approximately 95 students in grades 9 through 12. The adult high school and ESL programs operate at the Trinity Avenue location, serving approximately 260 adult learners in a non-classroom based format. As laid out on page 4 of the committee report, Big Picture has a significantly higher rate of students classified as homeless than Fresno, Clovis, or Central Unified. Big Picture has a significantly lower rate of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 64.4% versus 88.2% than Fresno Unified. Big Picture has a significantly lower percentage of students who are English learners, 6.7% versus 20.1% than Fresno Unified. Each of these student groups provide unique challenges for schools. Now I'll speak to dashboard alternative school status. On October 14th, 2021, Big Picture leadership informed County Superintendent staff that Big Picture was newly designated as a dashboard alternative school status school. Schools qualify for DAS status based on their school type or through an application process with the California Department of Education. Big Picture qualified for DAS based on an enrollment of more than 70% of students from groups who are at risk of educational failure, including adult students who are recovered high school dropouts, who represent about 50% of Big Picture's enrollment each year. To be eligible for DAS, schools must serve a high-need student population. These may include students who have been previously expelled, suspended more than 10 days in a school year, wards of the court, pregnant or parenting youth, recovered dropouts, habitually truant, retained more than once between grades K and 8, or students who are credit deficient, highly transient, foster, or homeless youth. Every one of Big Picture's adult high school students count as a recovered dropout. As stated, Big Picture has a high homeless student population at 12.3% based on the 2023-2024 census data on California's data quest. Of those who indicate homeless, 73% of them are doubled up, meaning they're living with extended families or friends, grandparents, etc., and 8.7% are unsheltered. CDE does not distinguish how many of Big Picture's homeless students are adults versus minors. The state average for homelessness is around 5%. Lowell Elementary, used in the elementary school data comparison on pages 26 and 29 of the staff report, has a homeless population of 9.5%. As part of the DAS charter review and renewal process, the charter committee worked with Big Picture leadership to identify 26 measures that Big Picture identified would best measure its student success, in addition to the state and local indicators included in the California dashboard. Big Picture leaders identified the measures, growth goals, and the time over which they would demonstrate the agreed upon results. This process is required by Education Code 47607, Section C7, and is meant to allow DAS charters to demonstrate progress and identify metrics that demonstrate progress for their students. Big Picture failed to meet 23 out of the 26 measures that they and their leadership developed. The committee charter oversight process over the current charter term included, but was not limited to, required annual site visits that included classroom observations, reviewing student work, leadership meetings that discuss each aspect of school operations. Every program at Big Picture is present at those leadership meetings. So we were able as a committee to get a comprehensive, get input from all aspects of school operations from every program, including their adult program. Their leadership over the last many years have been a part of those leadership meetings that happen at the annual site visits. Beyond required annual site visits, charter committee members, in the interest of promoting school improvement for Big Picture, performed site visits throughout the school years, additional classroom walks, and additional leadership team meetings to review standardized testing data. Committee members provided LCAP coaching, support, and feedback. Committee members brainstormed with BPEA leadership ways to improve student outcomes, including high school, college, and career readiness outcomes. The review process for the current renewal petition included a review of data throughout the charter term, before and after DAS designation. A charter renewal site, and also, as I mentioned, a charter renewal site visit, interviews with students, teachers, leaders, and parents. The committee report that you all received compared Big Picture's high school outcomes to other DAS charter schools. Again, schools that serve over 70% of students in those identified areas. The committee report compared Big Picture's elementary outcomes to downtown and West Fresno elementary schools who serve similar demographics as Big Picture. Big Picture, as stated earlier, has a very low percentage of English learners versus comparison schools at 6.7%. The Fresno County average is 18.3%. And then again, Big Picture has a lower percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students at 64.3%. The Columbia Elementary, who is in the elementary comparison, has a student population that's 98.89% socioeconomically disadvantaged, and other W.E.B. Du Bois Charter is 99% socioeconomically disadvantaged. Lowell Elementary is 97.72% socioeconomically disadvantaged. Findings, and the findings you'll find in section 5 of your staff report. Our committee report, the charter committee has determined that the Big Picture renewal petition does not meet the education code requirements for charter renewal and recommends that the Fresno County Board of Education deny Big Picture's petition for renewal. In denying the petition for renewal, the charter committee recommends that the board adopt the findings that the closure of Big Picture is in the best interest of pupils. This recommendation is supported by the following facts. Number one, Big Picture presents an unsound educational program. Big Picture leaders expressed a lack of confidence in the instructional program established in the petition to meet the educational needs of its students. The instructional program presented in the petition has left an overwhelming majority of Big Picture students below grade level in reading and mathematics and not college and career ready by state definition. Number two, the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the renewal petition. Again, this goes back to a leadership meeting where Big Picture leadership expressed doubt about the Big Picture model that's laid out in the petition, among other things established in the staff report. Number three, the petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all required elements. And I would point to element K in our review that describes the administration of retirement in a charter. So when a charter writes a petition, their element K requires them to describe how their staff will be covered under retirement. Big Picture's element K had references to the district, which they work directly with us. And so that element was just an error in writing in the presentation of their petition. And I will come back to that in a second. So I'll go to number 4. In the 7 years of the current petition, Big Picture has not had a year where more than 18.22% of its students have met or exceeded standards in English language arts, or more than 7% of students have not met or exceeded standards in mathematics school-wide, either before or after their dashboard alternative status. So this current petition term went back to the 2017-18 school year, and then annually after that. Number 5, the Big Picture Instructional Program does not prepare graduates for college or career readiness based on state definitions. And these include UC A through G readiness, CTE, the completion of CTE pathways, dual enrollment, AP courses. There are many options that the state provides for charters to demonstrate college and career readiness for their graduates. And the Big Picture Instructional Program just does not prepare its graduates for college and career readiness, as the data is laid out in your staff report on pages 11 through 17. Number 6, Big Picture Elementary School students, grades 3 to 6, as they're assessed in SBAC, perform lower than downtown and West Fresno elementary school students in English language arts and mathematics. That's laid out on pages 26 through 28 of your committee report, as well as other appendices, I'm sorry. And then number 7, Big Picture has failed to meet 23 out of 26 targets on alternative metrics that they and their leadership developed. They said that these metrics are how we best measure the success of our students. And so we established those metrics, and they missed on 23 out of 26 of those metrics. Big Picture on April 14th submitted a response to the committee report. The response was added to the county board website, and a few hard copies are available there on the desk for any member of the public to review. In this response, Big Picture confirmed many of the facts that in the committee report, including the fact that the charter failed to meet 23 of the 26 of their own DAS metrics. Big Picture also disputed some of the facts in the committee report. References were made to the previous leadership throughout the rebuttal. Throughout the current charter term, Big Picture's governing board has remained stable. The current director of academic compliance was the Big Picture board president until recently becoming an employee of the charter. Concerns with Big Picture have been communicated to leadership, including the board president, throughout the current charter term. The current superintendent has participated in the leadership meetings between the charter committee and Big Picture's leadership for the last 3 years in her role as the principal of the adult school. Big Picture leadership has been aware for years of charter committee concerns. Additionally, Big Picture pointed to fall to winter 2024 NWEA testing outcomes as a sign of improvement. On page 43 of the Big Picture petition, it presents a bar chart that indicates a reading SBAC projection. The projected grade level proficiency for 2025 on that bar chart, which 2025 is coming up, the projection for proficiency for 2025 is actually lower than the projected proficiency in 2024. NWEA results are generally pretty predictive of student outcomes on the SBAC assessment. The graph indicates negative progress for Big Picture students. This is in their petition that they presented to us. The math projection on page 46 of the petition indicates progress, predicting approximately 11% of students will meet math proficiency school-wide. The Big Picture response also questions the charter committee's site visit process. The FCSS charter committee conducted required annual site visits to Big Picture as required by education code. In addition to the annual requirements, during the last few years of the charter term, committee members walked Big Picture elementary and high school classrooms much more frequently alongside Big Picture site leaders. Site visits included reviewing student work on classroom walls, sitting next to students working in classrooms, and observing teacher lessons alongside big picture leadership. In the response, Big Picture presents EA outcomes that display student growth over time. Big picture students at each grade level perform consistently below the national average in reading, language arts, and mathematics. As noted on page 37, data provided by Big Picture shows that over 50% of students, page 37 of your committee report, I'm sorry. Big Picture, data provided by Big Picture shows that over 50% of students fail to meet annual growth targets in reading in every grade level except for grade 6 and 7 in 2024. In mathematics, more students met their growth targets, but this did not translate to grade level proficiency, where less than 5% of Big Picture students performed on grade level. The petitioners have based their argument for renewal on NWEA progress that past leaders have made over the last several years, yet choose to disassociate themselves from prior leadership for poor state outcomes and a lack of follow-through. In attachment 1 of the rebuttal, the petitioners propose a reimagined Big Picture Educational Academy. Some of the key improvements proposed in this rebuttal that was just recently received are not in the renewal petition and thus have no accountability for improvement. These include, but are not limited to, CTE pathways in business and finance, CTE pathways aligned with regional workforce needs. The Big Picture model as described in the petition is based on student interests, not on regional workforce needs. LTI, as described in the petition, means learning through interest. The proposal includes intervention software that is not in the petition. The proposed Big Picture Reimagine is not reflected in the renewal petition and thus holds no accountability. The renewal petition as submitted reflects an instructional program that has not met the academic needs of K-8 students, nor the college and career readiness needs of its high school and adult students based on the outcomes presented in the petition and the committee report. The plans established in attachment 1 were not a part of the committee's review of the petition and are not included in the finding that the petition presents an unsound educational program. Attachment 1 presents an ambitious improvement plan. This plan could take 3 to 4 years to render improved outcomes based on high school graduate outcomes. CTE programs require UC-CSU A to G, course development, focus groups, new credential staff, and specific community partners. These steps are not described in the renewal petition. Based on charter renewal leadership meetings and a review of leader resumes presented in the petition, without singling anyone out, key members of the leadership team lack evidence of experience improving educational outcomes in California public schools. As part of the oversight process, Big Picture leadership identified, and I'll say it again, 26 measures that would best measure its success, in addition to the state and local indicators included on the California dashboard, and failed to meet 23 out of those 26 measures. As it relates to the finding that element K, as I mentioned earlier, of the petition does not present an acceptable plan for employee retirement, element K presents a plan for staff retirement that works with the district. As a response to this error in the petition, Big Picture proposed a revised version of this language, which is not a part of the petition and thus has no accountability. This area was specifically a concern because, as laid out in the committee report on page 15, Big Picture has had ongoing challenges with staff Cal STRS and PERS funding documentation since 2019, despite above normal assistance from the FCSS business services team. A letter of concern was sent by Superintendent Dr. Cantwell Cofer on May 5th, 2023, requesting that Big Picture address these concerns. Big Picture received STRS audit findings in 2023. During the renewal site visit meeting on March 17th, just last month, Big Picture leadership stated that the audit issue was resolved. The petitioners in their April 14th response to the committee report provided a letter from fiscal back office providers, EdTech, regarding STRS and PERS timelines and compliance. As of April 8th, 2025, based on an email communication between STRS and EdTech, which included our FCSS business services staff and Big Picture leadership, this 2023 STRS audit finding has still not been resolved, and the STRS representative is still awaiting communications from Big Picture and their back office provider. Finally, based on site visits, interviews with Big Picture team members, analyses of CASP scores, and analysis of the 5 available California dashboards over the 7 years of this current charter term, and based on Big Picture's failure to meet 23 out of 26 agreed upon metrics, the Charter Committee maintains that the Big Picture renewal petition does not meet the Education Code requirements for charter renewal and recommends that the Fresno County Board deny Big Picture's petition for renewal. In denying the petition for renewal, the FCSS Charter Committee recommends that the board adopt the finding that closure of Big Picture is in the interest of pupils. Are there questions from the board?
I'd like to quickly jump in. Please hold your questions for a moment. I just will say that I neglected to read part of the material I was supposed to read prior, but I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that Big Picture will get equal time in their response. And our time now is for questions of the committee. Then Big Picture will also have opportunity to present their side. We'll have questions for them, and we must deliberate and make a decision today. So, questions of Dr. Hunt?
Yes, I have a question. Can you please go back and elaborate a little more about the issue with Fresno Unified and the retirement funds and the STRS?
Yes, so their Big Picture participates in STRS and CalPERS, and they work with a company that supports them in taking their money and managing their STRS contributions. That relationship exists between Big Picture, their back office provider, and our FCSS business services team, who handles the contributions for the entire county. And then they submit it as one gigantic upload. For several years, there have been errors with Big Picture, Big Picture's STRS contributions. An example, and it's not limited to this, but examples include an employee starts in August, but they're not enrolled in STRS until December, right? So an employee is supposed to be enrolled within 30 days of certain time frame. That then, if it's not caught and addressed, that employee could lose service credit because of their late enrollment in STRS. So these are issues that Kevin's team has worked with Big Picture. I've been in meetings. We've had meetings with Big Picture's leadership team. We've had meetings with their board president. We went, Kevin's staff member who manages STRS has gone over and done training with their team, has sat with them to walk through the enrollment process to ensure that they know how to properly do it. And yet there's been a lack of follow through on doing it in a timely manner, which could have adverse effects on employee retirement.
That was the second point I was going to make. Now, are the funds being transferred properly? Are there delays with that as well as far as the funding component of it?
The funds are being transferred properly. There have been issues with them being received in a timely manner. So they've been received late in instances. Some of that has been resolved. The largest thing that is outstanding are the audit findings from the 2023 audit. And some of those I like would totally butcher the nuances of some of those details, but the auditor has requested information. The STRS auditor has requested information from Big Picture. And as of April 8th, this email communication that myself and Big Picture leadership and Kevin's team are all moved into, the issue was not yet resolved.
Thank you.
We had a public comment that said that we did not perform site visits, but obviously during your presentation, you spoke of numerous site visits, classroom visits, interviews with students, staff. So I'm just wondering, is that adult school site visits or, yeah, what are they referring to that they're saying was not visited?
So what they're referring to is their adult program meets, it operates non-classroom. So you've got basically independent study adults working with teachers. Their program meets on, their program has students on campus on, I believe Wednesdays afternoon, after 5:30, because they meet on the high school campus. I have not gone to Big Picture at 5:30 on a Wednesday afternoon to see adult students meet with their teachers. The way that we learn about progress with adult school, the adult program, is at the leadership meeting. Over the last, my last 7 years of doing this, going back to Dr. Cat, who was their adult program administrator. In the leadership meetings, each department, each principal shares out. So Felix this year, who presented a few minutes ago in the open communication, was at the leadership meetings this year and provides updates to the committee on the progress in the adult program and any relevant news and that kind of thing. So that technically, right, I haven't been there at 5:30 to observe a adult student working with a teacher. And are we able to review the adult and understand what's happening in the adult program based on their leaders' feedback in those leadership meetings? Yes. Do we perform big site visits to Big Picture annually, or as I stated, more than annually? Yes.
Speaking of the adult program, I don't recall, and maybe you could direct me if it's here, seeing in your report the performance of the adults. Is the adult graduation rate incorporated into the total graduation?
Yes. So the Big Picture adult program is funded through LCFF, just like their normal K-12 program. And so their adult students are enrolled in high school grade levels. And so if they're enrolled in grade 11, they take SBAC. And so their data, so enrollment data, student outcome data, is presented as one school-wide outcomes. Yeah, so your 11th grade SBAC outcomes might likely include adult students who were classified as 11th grade who take SBAC. Because if they're classified as 11th grade, they count in the participation rates for testing. So they're required to administer testing to their adult students. And Big Picture does a great job of testing all of those adult students who are required to take standardized testing, as well as they do a great job in testing all of their adult students in WEA to monitor their
The adults would also be included in the A through G data?
Yes, so their adult graduates would be calculated based on the courses that they completed in their high school graduation course of study. They could be They are included in their A through G completion. They're included in their college and career readiness, which kind of speaks to the 3 to 4, get that the heavy lift that it would be to actually improve those metrics at Big Picture. These are conversations that we've had with them about, okay, the reality of it, the reality of having adult students, you have a lower, the state provides a lower high school graduation requirement for older students, but you have accountability metrics that you establish for yourself. So these are challenges that that Big Picture takes on and is faced with.
So for example, on page 32 of 45 in your report, the college and career indicator for grade 12 with comparison districts, Big Picture charter in 23 had 0%, and in 24 had 1%. That met A through G requirement. Is that correct?
That's their high school program, their traditional high school program, including adults. So yeah, so that puts them both, their graduates both together.
And if adults are about half of the total enrollment, I don't remember the number of high school students.
High school, they're about between 95
So
and
about
100.
2/3 of this number are
Yes,
the adults.
Are the adults.
560.
Yeah, and I additionally to what you were mentioning, for Vice President, the chart that I was a little bit like, oh my gosh, is this information correct? Was part of that where it shows the metrics on dashboard additional metrics chart, and that was on page 38. So when we're looking at increasing the percentage of graduates completing UC, CSU, A through G requirements, so what this is saying is of all the students, so in 2022, out of the 47 students that were enrolled, only one student completed their UC, CSU, A through G requirement.
Yes, of the 47 students that graduated.
Of the 47 students that graduated, then in 2023, they graduated 69 students, and 0 out of those 69 students completed their A through G requirements. And then in 2024, out of the 195 students, 0 of them completed their UC, CSU, A through G requirements. So that means if they were trying to enroll into a UC or apply to a CSU or UC, they wouldn't have been able to do so.
That's correct. Generally, they have to go the junior college route, unless there are, exemptions through like a Fresno State that I'm not aware of.
Okay. Well, we don't have any data from previous years.
These metrics were based on their DAS, so they started DAS in 2022. So that's where the outcomes on this table are based on their DAS. If you go back, because we do have dashboard data about senior outcomes on page, there we need. Oh, yes, on page 31 of 45. For the college and career indicator. Back in 2018, Big Picture was at 15.8%. I can pause it here. Still
31?
On page 31 of the committee report.
That college and career indicator grade 12?
Correct, yes.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at it's at the top, 31.
Yeah, so if you look at 2018, there was 15.8%.
Okay.
And then 2019, 0. And then the college and career indicator kind of took a hiatus for a couple of years with COVID, and their reporting. So it doesn't pick back up until 2023, when it became a dashboard indicator again.
And then when we look at just who graduated, just completed to receive a high school diploma, what were those numbers?
I don't have those numbers in the staff report, the staff report, as far as raw numbers. I don't have those numbers. I have rates, but I don't have.
Now, when we evaluate performance and such, because I would look at it differently to see how many high school students completed their high school diploma versus how many completed their high school diploma with the A through G requirements for a UC and a CSU. The only reason I say that is because of the demographics the school works with, right? Because we know that some of those demographics include at-risk youth and for a lot of that youth, just getting a high school diploma is a very big achievement. So I would like to see those numbers.
There is a comparison on page 32. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's graduation rate.
And if it's not by you, I'm.
No, there is a comparison. Graduation rate.
Not 32, there's.
College and career indicator, 31. On page 31, the bottom of that page, there's also on the same page we were on.
Yeah.
Right below that big picture table on page 31, there's big pictures outcomes in 2023 versus and compared to Ambassador Sanchez charter, who is a DAF charter, Crescent View West, who is a DAF charter, School of Unlimited Learning, who is a DAF charter, and WEB Du Bois.
But again, does this show how many are prepared for college or how many just received their credits for high school diploma? Because there's a difference, right?
Yeah, yes, it's prepared, yes.
Okay.
So that college indicator is defined by students prepared. And as you can see, like many of our DAS programs in that area have challenges, and especially in 2023 and then in 2024.
Trustee Robles, page 67.
67.
Oh, it's also in the appendix of the committee report. But it's, yeah, it's on the report on page 30.
Okay, so this one here on 67, it shows the cohort of the students. So each year, 21, 22, 23, 24. Then you have, so for example, 23, 24, we have 194 cohort students. Out of those 194, we had 61 that had a regular high school diploma. Correct? So that's just saying these students, 61 of the 194 cohort graduated, but only one of them received UC CSU credit.
We're covered.
And out of those 194, 133 dropped out or were considered dropouts.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
So the 133 of dropouts, are those students that went through their program then dropped out or were considered dropouts?
Those are students who left at the end of that school year, left the big picture and didn't transfer to another school, didn't graduate, or didn't complete their GED. So so the state being called that a dropout.
Okay. The other question I wanted to have some clarification on was the fact that you were addressing the evaluation from the committee and the report. And then you added on towards the end in response to the email we received
Yep.
a few days ago with some additional, I guess, with a proposed educational changes to the school that weren't part of the original petition. When we're looking at the petition, the only thing that will make them have some accountability, the school have accountabilities, was in what we approve, correct? Not what they later on said they would commit to. And so part of that, from what I sensed, was some concern on there may be a big picture, what was it called?
Big picture model.
Yes, but the reimagine.
Reimagine, yes.
So big picture reimagine model that that addresses some of the concerns that the committee had and also proposes changes and also highlights efforts to already improve those outcomes that we had evaluated them on. However, there's just no way for us as a board to hold them accountable to those metrics because they were not part of the original petition. Is that correct?
That's correct. So what we evaluated was the instructional programs set forth in the petition. And that's because that's their contract, quote unquote, with the board. That's them saying, this is what we are asking for your approval to do.
And some of the conversation that was had in terms of the big picture model, because one of the concerns that the committee had was in the staff having basically the faith in the big picture model nationally, because it's not a model that necessarily accommodates what the California state standards are. And therefore, it almost sets them up to fail because it's really, although it's addressing some of the needs of the students that are in our at-risk population, it's not correlating with the state testing standards, and therefore putting them in the category of students failing and not meeting the state standards. So when it comes to looking at this new model and that they have proposed this new model, we can't really look at what this new model proposes as them saying, well, although we disagree with the national big picture model, this is our reimagined version, but that was not part of what they originally submitted.
That's correct. And a lot of the things that were presented lately, but that were presented just last week, these are questions these are issues going back. I mean, this is the end of year 7 for me, and so I've been visiting Big Pictures campus for 7 years, and I've had conversation with their leadership year in and year out about the design of this instructional model. So the committee meeting that we had in March about charter renewal was not the first conversation that I had with Big Picture. The committee had with Big Picture leadership about concerns with the Big Picture model. I expressed concerns with their high school where you have students who might be severely deficient in their reading levels and math, but they're off campus on Wednesdays at internships. I proposed, hey, can you have freshmen stay on campus if they're deficient on Wednesdays and do intervention? These are not new recommendations or ahas or suggestions. And these were conversations that was had with their leadership, including their board president. And these are conversations that, again, their superintendent is new as a superintendent, but not new to our leadership meetings that the committee has had with Big Picture.
Would you be able to provide us with a timeline? Because I'm the newest one on the board, and so I don't have a history of what the timeline was for Big Picture when they first started. I mean, to my knowledge, the first petition for Big Picture went to Fresno Unified, if I'm not mistaken. And this was back in 2018?
2009.
Oh, 2009?
Yeah, so 2009, and it's on page 1 of your.
So they went to Fresno Unified and requested approval for their charter, and it was denied. And therefore it came to us
On appeal.
on appeal. And it was approved for 5 years.
It was approved for 3 years, the initial petition, and then in 2009, and then it was renewed in 2012 for 5 years, and again in 2017 for 5 years, which brought us to a renewal date of 2022. But with COVID extensions, there was a 2-year extension and there was a 1-year extension, or I might be flipping those two. But that pushed us out to 2000.
And maybe you guys may be able to help me with this, but when it first came up for renewal, were these similar concerns present at that time? And then subsequently, when it came for renewal again, were any of these, because what I'm trying to figure out is were these conversations had, where, you know, the school knew that if these changes weren't made, then, you know, maybe it was going to be harder to renew them. But then they came back to us for another renewal, and we have the same concerns, and then we renewed again for another 5 years, and there was change in management. You know, because I guess what I'm struggling the most with is being able to confidently say I can support a renewal for 5 years without much accountability to that. So.
And I can't speak to that history because I was coming into this position in their first year of this charter term. So I can't speak to how that's.
That's where it's unfortunate that Dr. Clyde isn't present, who has the institutional memory of how the board responded and what the issues were, and he's not present.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely would have been helpful, I think, to understand overall, if these were concerns in the past, because if the numbers haven't really changed, and there's always been, you know, we have history of scores throughout. And another thing was, there was mention about change in administration. Do you have knowledge of how often that has happened in the past maybe 7 years that you've been part of this?
So their high school, their traditional high school program, this is in the 7 years, this is the third principal. And then with their elementary program, this is the third principal that I've worked with.
And middle school has the same principal as elementary?
Yes, it's K.
Any further questions of Dr. Hunt at this point? I think I've asked my questions also already. Been answered. Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Okay, we will now have equivalent time to respond by Big Picture.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hinton. I am the Executive Director for Big Picture Educational Academy, and Diana and I will be speaking on behalf of the school today. We, as you know, submitted a response to the committee's report on Monday. We weren't notified though until yesterday afternoon that we would be given equal time to present our report today, so we will be more than willing to answer any questions that you have after my statement. But before I respond, I do want to just quickly congratulate the two students that were recognized for placing first and second in the state welding competition this week. And in fact, two of our Big Picture students teamed with two students from Clovis West and proudly placed third in that same state competition. They were 1.5 points behind first place and only 0.5 point behind second place. So we just want to say how proud we are of them and their accomplishment at that state level. And quickly before I speak, I do want just to address the element K issue, communicating with STRS. So there was an audit that goes back to 2023. We have been collaborating with STRS since then to resolve those issues. The point in the process now is the findings have all been resolved, corrections have been made. We are still working with STRS on how to properly code those corrections to make sure that they're recorded properly so that employees do get full service. So the process is done, the work has been done, the corrections and findings have been made. We're just verifying, again, collaboratively with STRS to make sure that we put the proper codes when we input those corrections. For over a decade, our school has proudly served our diverse student population and has been a beacon for our Fresno community. We've created not just a school, but a second home where students feel safe, valued, and empowered to reach their highest potential despite the many challenges and setbacks they have faced. Today, I would like to highlight our compelling case for charter renewal, focusing on our fall to winter growth data and the tremendous community support we've received. The continual argument that our students perform below the national norm, and that reasoning being used as a driving force for non-renewal, is unfair to our students and families. Our students are not the national norm. They are not numbers on a page. Our students have to overcome hardships, both academically and personally, before they can even begin approaching national norms in most cases. We see that. But the data analysis conducted by the committee doesn't take that into consideration. Comparing us and our students to other schools is incredibly difficult because we are not other schools. Our students and families left other schools to come to us with hearts full of hope, to seek a place where they can feel safe and grow. We're lifting entire generations of families by instilling them in a paradigm shift that they too can achieve anything they dream with enough determination and support from a community that believes in them as individuals. Big Picture is that community, and the second home we've created for these students and their families is not only changing their lives for the better, but positively impacting Fresno community by breaking negative generational cycles. As stated on page 35 of our response, we do acknowledge that previous leadership failures have impacted our organization's ability to fully meet the expectations that were laid out. These challenges, while significant, have provided valuable lessons to inform our current leadership team on our path forward. We have systematically addressed each concern raised by the committee's report, providing substantial evidence of our compliance with statutory requirements. The report contains several factual errors and mischaracterizations that we have thoroughly corrected in our response document. While acknowledging areas for continued improvement, we've implemented a comprehensive action plans with measurable benchmarks to ensure ongoing progress. Our fall to winter assessment results demonstrate significant academic progress across all student groups. Despite the committee's report overlooking key metrics, our data shows measurable growth in core subject areas with students making remarkable mid-year gains. Student achievement at Big Picture has shown remarkable progress across multiple metrics. Our English learners have demonstrated a 15% increase in reclassification rates over the past academic year. Mathematics proficiency scores rose by 8% for students in grades 3 to 5, while our middle school students showed a 12% improvement in reading comprehension assessments. Additionally, attendance rates improved from 91 to 94%, indicating stronger student engagement. Special education students experienced significant growth, with 73% meeting or exceeding their IEP goals compared to 65% last year. These distinct growth indicators reflect Big Picture's targeted interventions and ongoing commitment to educational excellence for our diverse student population. The community's response to our renewal petition has also been overwhelming, which you saw firsthand at our public hearing, where Big Picture students and families packed the house beyond capacity. Earlier this week, we submitted 253 statements and letters of support. If I may, I would also like to provide you with an additional 12 statements and letters of support that have come in since then. The true measure of our impact lies in these testimonials that speak to lives changed, opportunities created, and a community strengthened through our presence. For many families, our school represents the opportunity they have been searching for, an educational environment that truly sees and nurtures their child's unique abilities. Parents regularly share how our school has helped their children overcome learning challenges, discover hidden talents, and develop the confidence to pursue their passions. Beyond our campus walls, local businesses have found valuable employees in our graduates, and community organizations have gained reliable volunteers through our community service programs. The data we provided as a part of our response to the committee's report supports our renewal. Hundreds of families and community partners advocate for and stand behind our renewal. With your support, we can continue to innovate, to inspire, and to transform lives through education. A child who discovers their voice in our classroom becomes an adult who advocates for positive change. Families that find the support they've been lacking elsewhere become ambassadors in breaking cycles of generational adversity. This is the true impact of our school, and our work is not finished. Big Picture remains committed to serving our unique student population with innovative educational approaches that prepare them for success. Our current leadership team has demonstrated that we are fully capable of filling a critical need in our community, providing educational options and support that many families would otherwise lack. As you consider our renewal petition, I ask you to recognize our true impact and affirm the continuation of a cherished whole family program that has become the heart and souls of the families we consider our own. The well-being of our community depends on providing educational choices for families, and we remain committed to being that choice. As we stated on page 38 of our response, we strongly reject the Charter Committee's recommendation to deny Big Picture's charter renewal. This recommendation disregards substantial evidence of Big Picture's positive impact on students and the community. The committee's report omits crucial context. Our student population faces challenges that standardized metrics fail to capture. While claiming our performance falls below national norms, they deliberately ignore our documented growth trajectory from fall 23 to winter of 24. This selective omission is not merely an oversight, but a fundamental mischaracterization of Big Picture's impact. We are not the same school we were 5 years ago. Neither is our current leadership team blind to previous failings. The committee fails to acknowledge that Big Picture's innovative approach reaches students whom traditional educational models have systemically failed. Our data unequivocally demonstrates that we are closing achievement gaps and creating pathways to success for students who have been previously discharged in traditional settings. The leadership changes, programming improvements, and commitment to transparency have yielded measurable results that cannot and should not be dismissed. To deny renewal based on selective analysis would be to abandon our mission precisely when our students are showing the most promise. We implore you to recognize what the complete data set clearly shows. Big Picture Educational Academy is fulfilling its mission, serving its community, and demonstrating the growth necessary for renewal. Our students deserve nothing less than the opportunity to continue their educational journey in an environment proven to meet their unique needs and unlock their potential. Education is not simply about numbers on a dashboard. It's about transforming lives, and Big Picture has proven its dedication to this mission. I also have the letter from EdTech. You would like me to read it when I'm done with this. Guys, I would like to thank you for your consideration of our response to the committee's report. We respectfully request the board approve our charter renewal based on our demonstrated academic growth, our strong and overwhelming community support, and our compliance with all requirements. Thank you again for your consideration and for seeing the profound importance of our school's place in Fresno County. At this time, we would be more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Or are you speaking or are you just waiting for a question?
Kind of both. I was gonna wait to see if you guys had questions and then get some feedback on some of the questions.
So you're finished with your presentation?
That was the presentation.
Let's go with any comments that you have about questions from before. Can you address those first?
Yeah,
That'll guide us on our questions.
Yeah, just some stuff that came up, the whole concept of testing and how that has kind of shifted in the last 7 years. Prior to COVID, it was just the K through 12 daytime programs that were doing the testing. As Dr. Hunt mentioned, I came on roughly 4 years ago as vice principal of the adult high school. Then I moved into principal with Dr. Kanzerite, sorry. Retired. When I came on, there were a lot of questions that I had specifically about data sets, why the adult high school was not being tested, and that was right after COVID. So that was that first year that everything kind of reopened, semi-reopened. So in that first year that I was there as vice principal, I wanted to know why we weren't using those data sets. Why were we not NWEA testing adult high school students? Those were all questions that I brought to the current leadership that was there, including our superintendent and CEO. And the response was, well, we just haven't. So a lot of that was started with the adult high school when I came on board, because we need test scores to drive a lot of decisions, and there wasn't a lot of data behind the adult high school, and we knew that they were going to start showing up on the dashboard and all of those things. A lot of changes happened post-COVID. We all remember the 800+ page trailer bill and what that did to everything. And especially in study charter schools, there are a lot of changes. So yes, the testing changed, the dashboard, everything looks different because the adult high school students were now on there. And you have to keep in mind, those adult high school students have been out of school for 10, 20, 30 years. Our oldest student, I think right now at the adult high school is 65. So these are students that are coming out. Sometimes they've been in school for a really long time. They're required to state test. They're required to do NWEA testing. They are not going to be anywhere near the national norm. Most of them didn't even go to high school. So we have a lot of that factors into our testing scores. And unfortunately, the dashboard combines all of that. So it takes all of our 200+, at one point, there was 400+ students, and it lumps them in with the daytime high school. So when you're looking at the dashboard, the daytime high school might do well, but because all of those adult students are included in that data, it drives it down. So that's something we've been trying to combat over the last 4 years that I've been there. How do we accurately break down that data and disaggregate it so that it makes sense? So it doesn't make the daytime high school look like they suddenly ended up way down at the bottom of the barrel. Knowing that our adult high school students are such a huge portion of the high school students that are counted in all of the schools and all of the dashboard. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there, that a lot of what we're struggling with on the high school side is because of the adult high school and traversing those waters. Part of the issues there too, I know it looks like we have a very low number of EL students. But we have a very high number of ADL students, adult English learners, and a lot of that data does not show up in places for the state. There's currently not a way to even redesignate adult English language learners. We're working with the CDE on that too. They don't have a CalPADS code to even allow us to do that. So a lot of that data is skewed because it's never been done before. So we're kind of pushing envelopes in certain ways with our adult program. And then grad rates too. If you go back historically and look at grad rates, it was just the daytime high school. The grad rates were not showing up for the adult high school students. Those were not showing up. They were not on the dashboard. They weren't part of the state reporting and all of that. How? I don't know. I can't explain that. I wasn't here when all of that was going on. I know now because of all the changes in legislation and the way that our adults show up in CalPADS and all of that, since I have been there, all of that now shows up. So when you're looking at, I know you asked a question about dropouts, that 100 something, maybe a student that enrolled at the adult high school, they were there for a week and they disappeared because adults do that. Sometimes they show up, they come for a week, and then we can't find them for a month. And then we have to disenroll them because they're not coming to school. We can't find them. We find out 3 months later that they were incarcerated for something, and then they come back and they might re-enroll again. So the adult high school enrollment is constantly evolving because of those things. And those are all things that we've been trying to work out as far as like open enrollment and what that looks like. And Felix is at work as he stepped in as principal. So I just wanted to talk about some of those things. And the reason why we submitted the reimagined is I had a conversation with Dr. Hunt and Dr. Lira as well. Like, what could we do? Are there other options? Is there an option for a 1 or 2 year renewal? Or is there an option? The short of that is yes, you guys can clear a shorter than 5 year time frame for renewal because we're a charter school. There is a way for you guys to do that. But we were told that's not typically done just because of the accountability piece and kind of where that puts everybody on a timeline. But we wanted to submit that reimagined because these are all things that we have wanted to do. I know 2 of our principals are new within the last year and a half. All of the things that I've been pushing for, I was limited to the adult high school. I know I've been around big picture. Yes, I have heard countless times the county coming and saying this is not working. And I have expressed that to Dr. Hunt and the team. Like, I have heard you, but to be in a position where I can actually make a change and we can actually place people in positions to do the leadership that we need for our students and our families and our teachers and our you know, the parents and everybody in the community. I was not in a position, I was not being listened to. I was not in a position where I could tell my boss, I'm sorry, we're doing this thing, whether you want to or not. That's just not something that we do. So I tried to position, yeah, now we're in the position where we can do those things. So yes, we do see the shortcomings of everything that happened before. Yes, I did sit in the meetings and then I wondered why this was still happening. I challenged our CEO and our superintendent constantly about why these things were not being done. But the whole fact of the matter was none of us currently in a leadership position had the ability to make those changes until the last like 18 months when we started really pushing for those things as people were retiring and stepping out. So we're asking that you guys give us time or at least consider, I know you all received the letter where there were some options there that we would like you guys to consider. Consider allowing us to sit down and have like a real conversation about all of this so you guys can better understand. Because I don't feel like you guys understand the adult program at all. I've been there for 4 years and it just doesn't feel like the county truly understands what the adult program is doing. Because a lot of the time is being spent with K-12 with good reason, because that's where primarily all the data is coming from. But there's a lot going on with the adult high school side that we've had to try to figure out with the CPE and like how do we move through that and how does that impact our data? How does that impact the dashboard? How do we change those things? Can we change those things? So we're doing a lot of challenging on our end, across the board, state of California, in all different ways. We stump people all the time. How do we do this? Well, we don't know because it's never been done before. So we're doing it again. Like, that's what we're doing here. It's kind of challenging that system. And we would like the ability to have those conversations on a deeper level so that at least there's an understanding. And even if the decision is to close big picture today, and that's what you guys decide to do, just know that the team that you have, we're not done. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna another charter, and we're gonna build another school because these kids deserve us. Yeah, we're scared for the in-between. What do those kids do for the year that it takes us to rebuild? Where do they go? Where do our almost 300 adult students go? Because they won't go to an adult program. They all came to us from those. And it doesn't matter how many times we tell people, this is the school for you for now, and when we're back on our feet, when we can get to that point, you can come back. I don't know that they'll actually do that. I don't know where they will go because they believe in big picture so much that I'm scared that they'll be dropouts and they won't go to school and they'll get lost and they'll be part of that cycle again. Okay, do you guys have questions?
You need some tissue?
No, I'm okay.
We do.
I told myself I wasn't gonna do that. I'm okay.
I brought some here. Anyhow, I have a couple issues, kind of, buckets that I'm concerned about. One, about leadership. I get you, that you're a new team, and that you weren't there more than 18 months ago. But I understand that your board has been really stable. And that really concerns me, that your board watched this happen. And I say this because with all of the metrics, so many metrics, what even if they're more social emotional, issues on the list of 26, there's so many areas that we're just not meeting it. And that just, I don't know what the question is, but where is your board? Why did it take so long? Why did it take so long, honestly?
We actually have our board president here. She was newly appointed not too long ago. She used to be the special ed / ethics, and her title was like 20 things long. Yes. So she took care of all student services, ethics, morality, like all of that, inclusion, all of that.
At your school?
Yes, at Big Picture. She's now part of the board. She was voted in as president when our prior president stepped down. I asked the same question when I came in 4 years ago to Big Picture. What is going on with the board? They don't ask questions. They're not active. I don't quite understand why. The board now is very, very different. We actually only have that's right. We have 2 of the original members. They've all either retired from work in general or stepped down for one reason or another. But that was also part of our concern as leaders as well. And since I'm one of the only ones that's been around the most out of all of our leadership team currently, minus our president of the board, those were all questions that I asked as well when I came in. Where are they? How come they're not providing a voice here? Our board now is very different. Dr. Anderson does not allow anything through without a conversation. And she promotes those questions being asked. And she has since she came on board as president. But yeah, I mean, those are all the things that we were worried about as well. Those are things that I have voiced countless times since I've been in Big Picture, which is the reason why I haven't just left, because this has to be fixed. And that was not how an institution should be run for education. You shouldn't have a board that is passive. You should have a board that's questioning literally every decision. They're coming to all the events. They're reading all of the reports. They're in the mix with everything. And that has been part of what I have been doing. I actually told Dr. Anderson when she retired from Big Picture, you're not done, you're coming back. And she laughed, and look, she's here. So, but those are the kind of people that we're looking for, the ones that are advocating, asking the questions, pushing us to do better, which is exactly what she's currently doing. That's why she's in here right now.
But again, that's part of the transformation that's happened in the last year. So we see that.
Yeah.
We see that.
And a lot of what's in the report is fact. Yes, the test scores are atrocious. Yes, we have grade levels that are struggling, but they're coming to us struggling. And up until now, we haven't had the ability to make any changes because we haven't just weren't in a position to do so.
I understand that you have a special group of students.
Yeah.
You know, and I also see, I mean, you know, we're dealing with the petition.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge that I have, that the agreements that your organization made with us and what was going to happen. Yes, I know there was a pandemic and I know that there is a drop, you know, when in all schools, I believe. Still since, you know, the 10%, we're going to increase by 10% and so on, is not even in K-8. I mean, I'm not talking about the high school because we realize that there are issues in data with the high school and the adult school, but with the K-8, there's quite a number of areas that Big Picture's not meeting what they agreed to do. And that's a huge problem.
Yeah, and
At this
unfortunately,
point.
I wasn't oversight during the majority of this. I wish I was, because the push would have looked very different. It would have looked very different.
My understanding is that you have implemented some new Mifflin curriculum, I think for math.
Yeah, HMH, it's English from
Oh, in
K
English.
through 12, so it's across the board. And then we have all core subjects at the high school. And then we were planning for next school year to do math adoptions, K through 8, to align what we already have at 9 through 12. And then we were going to continue with that. So eventually, over the next 3 to 5 years, we could be a full HMH school so that we have that continuity across grade levels and across subjects. That way, we're not using a multitude of different curriculums, and the students are familiar with the online platform, they're familiar with the content, how the books are laid out, and all of that. So that was the push.
And so when was that adoption?
We adopted HMH at the beginning of this school year.
So it doesn't show up in any data?
No, a lot of the stuff is not going to show
And why
up.
did you not adopt both at the same time?
Because the people in charge of making decisions and approving it did not want to adopt.
The board?
No. So it has to go through, like, it would go through principals and then superintendent, and then the superintendent would then take it with financial team to the board for adoption and approval. It never got that far. There were a lot of decisions that never got that far.
Our former CEO had retired.
Yeah.
So our even though we were unofficially acting interims, we did not.
So speaking of retirement, I noticed that there's a number of administrators and others that have retired. You retired? Is your retirement system up to date for those people that have already retired?
You would be with.
All of us, the full counselors and once we were I will be selected, and it was that. Also, I can tell you as a board member prior to becoming board chair, that a lot of things
that was going on were not responsible, and I didn't find out about it until after. That superintendent left, and all the charges were left, and brought to the board, and the board, and I got updated on what they're doing to fix it. So you asked about, why it was not, that it was adopted, that adoption solely by the superintendent at that time, about the adoption. After he had already approved it. So the board higher education has looked at adoption information. I would say all over once they were approved, trying to get approved. And I'm not now with the new things they want to get approved. That I want to know where it's at in the state, what standards it's using, how it's going to be implemented with our students. Believe me, I grill them a lot about it, and so did my curriculum. We have another of our board members spoke earlier. Same thing, ask me questions. Is it going to be applied to the adult school? How is it going to affect? All of the things are now being asked as part of the lot things. No questions other than me will be asked, and I'm hoping those board members are no longer with us. That's two. One of those is probably due to the next year or so because the child is in school, she's not ready. And the other one is trying to stay on, but it's still moving because it's a job that he also one wasn't in blood sector, they were not informed of what was going on. And I just talking about a lot of this myself within the last year when I worked. That.
I think my main question is if you're moving to this new model to actually focus on students is what I'm going to call it, instead of focusing on, I don't know what it was. Why wasn't that included in your charter petition? Why is the charter petition the same model? That is probably the biggest difficulty I have.
So our prior superintendent began the broken up. I know. Began the whole charter renewal process, began the writing it, and specifically said that the county had told him that we cannot completely rewrite it, which is the reason why we did not completely rewrite it.
Even though we implemented those changes this year.
And and a lot of those changes, especially the ones in the reimagined, were things that we were already planning to implement. And they weren't put into the charter petition because we were left with a piecemeal charter petition that we then had to get together and get in your guys' hands quickly. So all of that to say was a lot of that was not included because we ran out of time to include all of the other things. And we were hoping that we would get a renewal because of everything that, all of the good faith conversations, everything leading up to even November, everything felt like, yes, this is going to be a really, really hard push. But if you can just do these things and show these things, like NWEA growth from fall to winter, if you can just show these things, we should be able to advocate. And then March was a completely different story. Like it was just clear. Some of it came out of left field. So
I don't think missing 23 of 26 goals that your organization set, not national norms, is a surprise. That doesn't come out of left field.
No, but us being told in the report that Dr. Hunt put together that all of these things had never been reported on, that was a surprise. Prior to that report being in front of me, I did not know because those were conversations they had had with us before, to which I had gone back and said, we need to get these things in. Yes, we're going to get these things in. I wasn't the keeper of all of those things, all of those metrics, all of those reports. Those were other administrators. And I'm not trying to discredit what they were doing. I'm just saying, when your superiors say we're doing X, Y, and Z, and then you find out in a report during charter renewal that none of them were being done, that's a problem.
And as Dr. Anderson can attest, those, it was being reported to the board as well, that those were being done.
And I would also like to say those metrics that were put together by a team prior to any of us coming on board. And then when we tried to make changes to those, that team that was in place did not want to make changes to those metrics. There was one that I talked to Dr. Hunt about for one of our testing metrics. Yes, we're not meeting it because it's not even a correct metrics. The person that put it in there and got all of that approved, that metrics was something that we couldn't even measure. And I talked to Dr. Hunt about it. I'm like, there's no way to measure those because it's measured in NWEA already. So why would we have a separate metrics for that? And again, this was very siloed information. So a lot of this information I did not get until I was told you're going to be acting superintendent for the next several months, and then we're going to vote you in, hopefully as superintendent. But at that point, the information came so late. I mean, to make changes like that, we've tried.
So who prepared the renewal?
So the renewal documentation began, the preparation began with our previous superintendent, also CEO, our prior chief academic officer, and then an outside agency that they both said that we should hire to help with that because of their extensive knowledge with renewals. And since it was my first charter renewal that I was writing, I wanted all the help that I could get. So that team started it, and then we took it over
In January,
and
it was due February.
So when you did that, did you inquire with the county staff about what to include, what not to include? Did you share your vision, your changes that you were implementing?
We talked,
ask about whether or not that should be in the charter renewal.
we talked about some things during our November site visit. And then there were other things I reached out to Dr. Hunt about, but I didn't walk through the whole renewal and say, hey, what should we include, what should we not include? It was more like what items should be in there, what items should not be in there. And then I was leaning on our prior admin team because they had done the process before. What are things that we've included before? What should we include now? And then the person that was hired to help us, who'd written renewals before with other charters. And then we worked with EdTech, our back-end company, who also does. So we included everything that we thought needed to be in there, but no, we didn't present the report as like a, hey, can you check to make sure everything that we need is in there? And it wasn't until the report came out and we realized that we should have included some of these other things, but at the same time, we were told back in November as well, like all of the changes that we were currently working on making was a lot of things changing at once. So we weren't sure if we should throw in additional changes on top of that because the county was already saying like, this is a lot. This is a lot for you to take on. So adding more stuff to that just didn't feel feasible at that time. Plus I didn't think that us adding things to it would be anything other than us talking to the county and saying, hey, these are some items that we want to add to this. How do we go about doing that? Is it something that we have to write into a revision of some sort? Because they're just additions, like pathway additions, but we talked about all of those with the county, all of those potential additions.
I'm looking at our legal. Are there more questions of this group right now? Oh, sorry, go right ahead before.
Yeah, so I'm glad that, our board vice president also had some of the same questions I'd written down because, one of them was if you had, the same CEO now as you did before, and you mentioned, they retired back in December. And then I also had the question about what the leadership structure is currently, more so to know like who at the top makes the decisions, how they're decided, like now that you guys are implementing this new curriculum and making these new decisions and having this new vision for big picture how are those decisions now made?
Yeah, so decisions prior were very siloed. That's kind of how the organization was. A decision would be made usually at the superintendent level and then would be filtered to whoever needed to know. And I say whoever needed to know because sometimes you wouldn't learn about a decision until it was already rolled out and then you had a million questions about it. We have done a lot of facilitative leadership training over the last 18 months. And because we got the community schools planning grant and all of that, we've pushed everything to shared leadership structures. So HMH, for example, was all of the administrators sat together in a room, had a discussion about it. They then fielded those discussions with their site teams. We came back, we made a decision, we purchased. That's a very truncated version of that, but it's essentially a shared leadership structure. So if we need to adopt something like curriculum or an intervention method or whatever, it's a shared conversation. Even if it's has to be made at the top decision, like legal, something finance related, we work hand in hand together, we share space. So if there's something academic that I need to do, that I have to make a decision, whether it's legal or otherwise, where I don't have time to filter down through administration, I will still turn to her and I will say, look, this is a decision I'm about to make. I need you to put your legal hat on for me. I need you to put your finance hat on for me and your HR hat on. What is the implication of this? And then she does it the opposite way. And if we cannot come up with a decision, we do one of two things. We either filter down to our leadership teams, which includes principals and some other department leads, and or we filter up to our board and we bring them in on the conversations. We're not afraid to take anything to the board to say, hey, we have this decision to make. This is what we've deliberated on. These are the possible outcomes of it. But what are your guys' questions? What are we not seeing? What are we not doing? So unless it's something like egregiously legal, where we cannot have a quick discussion and we need to make a decision immediately, we always use shared leadership structure.
We're very transparent.
Yes.
So did your board go through an approval process for your big picture reimagined model?
They have supported everything that we have done, and there's always a conversation with the board. We haven't done anything without a conversation with the board.
Another part of the petition that hasn't been brought up was the facilities. So I was part of the committee that went and did some of the walkthroughs and things like that. And there were some concerns about the facilities and how, are there any plans to improve those facilities? I know there was talk about one of them not having, access other than stairs to the second floor. And then there was some, miscommunication in terms of the way that it impacted a student. I think the part that was more so, not so much miscommunicated, but that the parent said was taken out of context in terms of how, it was reported by the committee. I think regardless, we know that it had a negative impact in some way to the student because they were out of their classroom for some time because of the lack of accessibility to their classroom. And then in the high school, I know we were in the cafeteria and there were some flyers and things like that. My concern is more, and another thing was we did look at the elementary school and the place where the kids play. The students that we interviewed also expressed that they would like to have a playground and they would like to have something a little bit better. They felt like that was one of the biggest changes that they experienced from transitioning from the previous campus to this new campus. What are the plans? What's the vision in terms of mitigating some of those issues?
So we actually, in the midst of all of this, also put in letters of intent of a new facility that will become available not this upcoming school year, but the following school year. We were planning on moving, it's the old Golden Valley Charter. Yeah, it's the site that they're at now. It's through the same diocese group that we rent our 2 current spaces. And when we found out that that was coming up, we thought that would be a great location for our K-8 to move to. There's huge playgrounds and fields, and it's much, much better. So that was the goal there. We also had a plan to put in a play yard for the students at our current K-8 campus. It's been stuck at the city for a long time.
Because it's historic,
Like over a
because
year.
of historic
Yeah.
reasons.
So it's been really, really hard to get that going. It's just kind of stuck there right now. But we do have plans. I mean, we were already planning for material revisions, for site movements. Like we were already planning 2, 3, 4 years out on what that would look like. Because we know that the K-8 campus is not ideal because there's an elevator. And that was something we did talk to the diocese about, and putting in an elevator seemed completely unfeasible to them at this point.
They're in bankruptcy.
Yeah, they're also in
So-
bankruptcy now, so that's the other problem. And we're also looking at Stephanie was also looking into ways that we could build our own location moving forward. As the amount of money that we're spending in rent and all of that can very well be put into just building space. So those are all of the things that we were doing, and we're still doing back in. Try and help with facilities, but making changes to the facilities we sometimes get hitched because of the diocese themselves. So we've been working with them more, I guess, transparently is the word, and saying that we understand that there's a order to how you do repairs at these facilities from you, but we're legally obligated to do them now, not later. So we've had those hard conversations with them. So now things that we're trying to get done are getting done faster, or they're giving us clearance to just do them ourselves, so that we're not waiting for the diocese to get back to give us approvals on repairs. So that's what we're doing about that right now.
Now, so I didn't count all of the statements and comments that were submitted, but I believe when you say there was 253 and I read every single one of them. And I agree that the recommendation from the committee doesn't really showcase the entire story of big picture or the impacts that it has in the community or the type of students that you guys serve. Because I think that when we look at these numbers, these statistics, these the way that students are even put into certain categories aren't really reflective of the truth and how all of our students are impacted and what they've been through and their stories. And I think every single one of their stories is so important. So I do agree that we're not looking at all of it and we're not able to see that in just the reports because it's very data driven. And so it's very nice to have those comments. I think it gave me a different perspective for sure. In being able to put a face to the stories, to be able to feel like, okay, these are real people we're talking about. These are real lives that we're impacting. These are students that are either gonna fully drop out or they're gonna continue their education or, so I do appreciate that those were provided. I do in some ways wish that we would have had all of that earlier on as well. But I think in terms of my questions that's pretty much it. And I'm glad that you were able to provide some responses to those.
Well, I've got several notes here. Big Picture has been functioning for 13 years. We've been involved for the past 4 years. We've had 23 of the 26 targets were not met. We're looking at our statistics. You've got 175 students, 95 students between 9th and 12th grade, and 260 students that are 18 plus. And your test scores are lower than Southwest Fresno. So to me, it seems like you weren't prepared for the application, might have been rushed. Didn't know I don't know why you didn't know the application was coming up to prepare it, but to me, it seems like things didn't come over properly and it doesn't really give me the confidence, that I need to see the picture. But thank you for coming. We appreciate everyone, today. And, it's always tough to sit in this seat because we have to make a decision for 530 students. And we had to do this during the pandemic as well. So we have to look at the statistics. We have to look at the test scores. We have to look at where our students projected to graduate. We have to look at their educational future and wellness. That's our job. We know that our students need wraparound services. They need soft skill sets, and they don't have it. And we need to provide it. And we know that they need it. And I know you're concerned for your students. And being able to provide those extra supportive services. We've had to do that since the pandemic. And our kids need it. They need the extra wraparound services and supportive services, but you're there to teach. Thank you. Commander Burton, any further questions?
So.
You didn't know this. It's no harder or less harder than us standing here and saying, leadership team does respect that. I mean, our goal here was not to undermine anyone or disrespect anyone. It was just we wanted to fight for this as part of it.
We know with the turnover, we see this all the time. And that's the sad part about it. When you can't get your administration to line up and to be stable in order so you can be stable and submit things properly so that you can be stable and provide your services for the students. I mean, we see this all the time and it's very frustrating. We will say that as a board. It's very frustrating to see because it handicaps you. And we know it.
Look forward.
That kind of relates to a question that I have. In reading your responses, there were certain phrases that bit me, such as, this is inaccurate and intentionally taken out of context.
Yeah.
And a couple other statements in other areas that were sort of similar. Have you not had a willing communication system with our office? And is there a reason why the implication is lack of trust or lack of honesty?
I think a lot of the words that were I don't know how and some of the stuff did feel very intentional in the report that it was pulled out. Again, that's why I say it was hard for us to write a lot of this because we don't want to undermine the work. Dr. Hunt, Dr. Greenlaw, I mean, the team has always been phenomenal. It was just our interaction at the March 17th site visit that threw us with what Dr. Biden shared. And it was very unfair and wholesome as well for what he shared. So we still have a lot of unanswered questions about it. Just kind of what happened, trigger the response of the head. Because it did in turn trigger the religion to at our school as well. So we were kind of unsure what the feeling was at something. So some of the verbiage that is in the report is exactly that's exactly what that is. It's an emotional response to the situation. And again, we wanted to get a response over to you guys because some of the stuff we did not agree with verbiage. Outside of that, I don't have I don't have anything other than to say, yes, the county has been very, you guys have been great. And the work that I've tried to do with the county transparency wise since coming into leadership, and even before then, when I was the principal of the adult school, was always met with like open arms, so to speak. Dr. Hunt specifically. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, but we'll figure it out. Or yes, exactly what you do, I'll send you an email about it. And Dr. Greenlaw's been the same way. It's been very like, I really, really hope that this works out. But there's also this. So you guys have always been transparent. I mean, Dr. Lair has been the same way. You were there, you were very transparent with all of that as well. I mean, even Dr. Cofer too, the conversations I've had. So yeah.
So to that, we say normally when we go through this process and Dr. Hunt is involved and the charter is willing to work with Dr. Hunt and the county, we get through this process and all the improvements and all the targets are met. So we don't even have to, have this query that we have today. So where was the target missed? That's what we're asking. We don't understand.
We don't understand why all the targets weren't met either. Like I said.
But it's your due diligence. It's your charter, it's your school.
It is my school, but I was not oversight until January. So when I asked all those questions, I know. I was oversight over the adult high school, and a lot of the work that I did there was to propel that program forward.
And so no one was working on the charter renewal, or no one was aware that this was coming up and we needed to get ready.
That was all prior administration that started all of it.
Accountability has to be had.
Yes, and we are taking full accountability for all of that. Just saying, leading up to, there were decisions that were not even shared with us. There were things that were already taken into consideration that we were not a part of. So, I mean, I don't know how else to say that. Like, I did the best that I could with what I had and the time that I had. And I can take ownership of what was done prior, but I can't explain what was done prior because I don't know why those decisions were siloed. I don't know why all of those things were done that way. And unfortunately, the person who was supposed to mentor me on is, when he left and retired, he doesn't talk to us. There was no transition plan put into place for that. So we had to immediately take over, work through things with the board, work through things with the administrators that were coming on at the end of last school year. And we had to work through all of that. So yes, I will take full accountability for all of that, but I cannot explain some of it because I was not the person making those decisions. The people making it, even when asked, their explanations just don't make sense. Because it's because we've always done it this way. And that,
You what? I'm sorry. You have to go to the microphone. Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
And the time for this is past,
Way
but
beyond.
we'll
Yeah.
take this comment and then we'll
Way
move on.
beyond, but we're still here for you.
The board was not presented with any of the renewal packet until Diana proposed it. He had no idea what was being put. Even when questions were asked of our superintendent, he said, well, when we have it finished, we'll give it to you. The board did not even have any input January into this petition.
January of this year?
January of this year, which is with Diana over, and she made it totally. So Diana took over as the superintendent in January, and then we submitted you guys in February. All we had was what was written. In a silo without any input. By the text being,
So I've got the timeline mixed up. I thought I heard Diana has been in this role for 18 months?
No, I was acting superintendent
November.
No, I'm sorry, assistant superintendent. But I was working with the incoming admin, the new incoming team for about 18 months, like she came on September 23rd, yeah. So,
But you've been there 4 years.
yeah, I was the principal of the adult high school.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we have dialogue with Dr. Hunt at this point too? Any clarifying question for Dr.? Gosh, I wish I would have written it down. There was mention by Big Picture, Dr. Hunt, that there was an option for a shorter term if this board should choose to deny the petition as is. Talk to us about timing. What are the requirements?
The context of how the CDE views DAS charter renewals, my understanding is they consider a 5-year renewal period standard. However, the law does not expressly prohibit the renewal of a DAS charter for a period less than 5 years.
One of you two, I don't know who, with the other charter, types of charters, the non-DAS, it seems to me that there's some increments or renewal.
Yes. So for non-DAS charters, it's a different piece of it. And it puts those charters in 3 tiers, a high tier, a middle tier, or a low tier. And for charters that are in a low tier, if you are, they're a presumptive non-renewal, but if you are to renew them, the most that you do is 2 years. So that would be a low tier charter. For a middle tier charter, there's only 5 years. And then for a high tier charter, and these are based on dashboard outcome, there's a 5 to 7 year with assignment. But the DAS charter rule criteria doesn't align itself with either of those.
Is there anything in the prior presentation that you would feel that you need to respond to that may not match your understanding?
No, I think well, I think the track record is clear, and they recognize that the track record is clear. There would be, I guess that it is fair to, with the alternative metrics, the 98% of that conversation was them, and it was presented to them as, tell me about your students, tell me how you tell me how you define success for your students. And that was the root of those metrics. And there were socioeconomic status, things they wanted to do with their graduates, right? So all of those metrics were then telling us about their student. The idea of comparison schools, normally with a DAS renewal, I might not even compare schools. They presented the comparison in their petition, and so I just brought them over for the most part of the stuff. Yeah, the initial look with the committee was, let's look at their 26 metrics that they told us define success for their school. But the comparisons, most of those schools that are in that comparison data presented in the committee report, they compare themselves to this. A lot of that data out of it.
Any other questions? Okay.
Can I just ask, So in their opening statement, they just mentioned about the atmosphere and emotional context and response in the letter. As far as the process, Dr. Hunt, and the normal processes that you go through with this review, do you want to share anything that might have been a little more difficult or different, being that we've come to this recommendation?
There, in working with the committee, and there are several of the committee members that are here, we just want kids deserve the best education opportunity available. And so when you're looking at a charter, whether it's big picture, whether it's any other charter, when we do annual site visits, when we do classroom walks, the feedback that we have for those teams are like, what can we do, no matter what their test scores are, no matter how they perform, what can we do to improve the educational experience of your students? And that's how we kind of approach this work. So after any site visit that I've been a part of with our committee, we walk away from those leadership meetings having discussed what can we do to do that, what can we do to improve attendance, what can we do to improve reading scores. Like, that's how we approach this work. We want kids deserve great learning opportunities, great learning experience.
Thank you, Dr.
Just to go along with what Dr.
Sure.
Yeah, so visits that we've had with Dr. Hunt and his team, they really have been collaborative since we took over. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but our former CEO superintendent isn't even based in Fresno. He's in Sacramento and would be on site 1 day a month for the board meetings. The former chief academic officer lives in Mississippi. So there's a huge disconnect between those two administrators and the reality of what was going on in today. We don't operate that way. We are at school, on site, in classrooms with teachers. Kids know us. We are there every day. We work hand in hand with Dr. Hunt. So yes, since November, when we had our annual oversight, we've had that conversation. What can we do better? What do we need to do that hasn't been done before? We understand the 7 years of broken promises and recommendations that fell on deaf ears. We are not those people. So just, in recognition of their great work, yes, we do work very collaboratively with Dr. Hunt and his team. I firmly believe that moving forward, that will continue. And if you're willing to give us a short review, we'll see that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Board members?
I would like to have a little bit of a discussion, if possible.
Sure. Want to offer either a question or a comment or?
I think for me, it's listening to both sides and seeing that, the way that we evaluated the committee report, it's like I'm looking at two different schools, right? And I definitely don't want to dismiss the fact that so many students are being affected by the decision that we make today. And I don't want to ignore those 253 comments that we received of students and parents and staff that are positively impacted by the school. And I definitely feel that there was a disservice done to the students and the adults that are benefiting from the school, in the sense of administration just making bad decisions and not thinking about the impacts of those decisions that it would have on real students and their families. And I definitely want to consider all of the comments of parents that feel that their students have failed in traditional schooling, because I come from a background of serving on a charter board and being on that part of it where I have the understanding of how charters have benefited our community and served those students that would otherwise not do well in traditional public schools. And evaluating all of that and seeing that and just feeling like the other part of it is also the 5 years and committing to another 5 years. And then that's a whole other maybe high schooler that's going into high school that's then potentially going to be negatively impacted if there aren't those changes that are being proposed actually implemented by the new administration. So I would like to see how we can consider a solution that would help us feel confident in that we're making them accountable to real attainable outcomes, and not really feel that maybe the previous administration had these measurements that may not even have been possibly attainable, because we don't know that. I don't know that with the demographics of the students, if those were really attainable outcomes. And so were they set up to fail almost, you know? And then the social and emotional aspect of things, like I do feel that I've witnessed graduations for other charter schools that are very similar to Big Picture, where I've heard stories of students who say, well, I wouldn't have like graduated period if it weren't for this charter school. Or, you know, I'm a son of a mom who was a drug addict, and I was a drug addict myself, and I dropped out of school, came back, and this school gave me the opportunity to graduate. Or that student who, you know, became a teen mom and just didn't want to go back to their normal high school because they were going to be bullied or treated differently, or the traditional school system isn't set up to support teen moms. But there was a charter school that was made to help them get through that process and be able to support them. So I don't want to dismiss that part of it. And I represent my community. I'm elected to represent them. And I'm also elected to use the knowledge that I have to make these decisions based on the data. But my upbringing also allows me to see things differently and to be able to also take into perspective the truths about our communities, what they're really experiencing, what they're living. So it's not black and white. It isn't, and I hope that you guys don't feel that the decisions we're making is black and white, and that all we're seeing is the data. At least from my perspective, that's not all that it is. It's so important to me, of course, because I mean, I've an MBA, and so for me, numbers mean a lot, and I understand the numbers. But when I got elected to be transparent and to make sure that you guys know that there's a voice for you in this seat. And if my community is saying that this school is working for them and it's supporting them and it's providing something beneficial to them, that they're seeing their students succeed, I have to consider that. And I have to acknowledge that, and I want to make sure that my community knows that I am, and that I read through all those comments. I took them to heart, that I acknowledged that there wasn't anything negative. I think the only comment that I saw that didn't make sense said both, but I don't know what that was about. But I read every single comment. I read the comments that were from city officials that work, you know, in the city, and that attested to the school providing volunteer services that the students are involved in community. The businesses that said, oh, I've taken in an intern and they've been successful. The parent who, said, I came from this school district that just didn't work out, and now my student's doing so well. Please consider that. The staff that said, I know that the things weren't the best before, but now I'm seeing these improvements firsthand. I'm the adult program student who said, I went to college because of this, program, or I'm now getting the credits, or now I feel welcome in a space that I didn't feel welcome before. So I want to make sure that that's something that we're all also considering when we're making this decision, because it's very impactful. And we've had another charter school as well that I know came up for renewal, and I wasn't elected at the time, but it was a similar discussion, and obviously it's not the same school. But they came back, they got a renewal, they came back, and we did see progress. We did see new leadership, we did see positive outcomes, and that's the hope that I have. That's the hope that I have, where it's a benefit for both the students and that we're also acknowledging that we have to hold administration accountable, because these are real students. And if we don't hold you accountable for making sure that they're academically successful as well, then we're not doing our job. So there's a lot of factors into the decision we're making today, but I hope that we are all, and I'm not saying we're not, but I do really hope that we're able to have a discussion that includes all of that.
I do have another question, because I'm in agreement with Trustee Robles that I would be seeking a win-win situation. But I'm struggling with the petition is the petition, right? The petition asked for the same criteria that they're, right? Am I correct that the criteria to renew is the same as the prior criteria that there were measures on?
I don't know if I understand. The 26 metrics.
The 26, so in this petition, it's the same 26 metrics that are the measures?
In the outset, in the first year of that, or if there's a renewal, in the first year of that renewal, we sit down with them and identify that again. So they may change in the next petition period, but as I understand that.
Okay.
That would be something.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, some of the other components, that some of the metrics, yes, would be revisited in the year one of the new position.
Another part of the question that I had previously, and I had asked this to Jason, was when we deny a petition, the petition has said that we deny it because it's closing down the school is in the best interest of the students. And I struggle with that, because that can be open to interpretation. If all we're looking at is test scores, and you have that perspective, but if we're looking at overall benefits of the students, I don't know that I could say that closing it is really in the best interest of the students. So that's also part of what I struggle with, and saying what determines what's in the best interest of the students. So.
Superintendent, what type of supportive services or wraparound services would be available to the students? The option is to deny, to provide those soft skill sets, wraparound services.
Well, step one would be to design a thorough, student-centered and empathetic transition plan. because the references about kiddos falling through the cracks is inexcusable. You know, we really have to be thorough about identifying each name of each child and then ensure that they enroll in another school. At that point, their new school, if that's the case, would have potentially wraparound and support services. And then I'd also like to reiterate that I realize that we have some very, very strong charter schools in Fresno County, and that many of the families that participate at Big Picture have chosen a charter school. We have charter schools and traditional schools that we could be supportive of that transition. I use the word we in a unique way in that as I understand it, it is the responsibility of the charter school Big Picture to design that transition plan. But as you've had the experience with us in the last many years, we would be supportive of you in any way we could to ensure that our students had a safe, student-centered, family-supportive transition plan.
Thank you.
Now, I will say the struggle for me is school's data-driven now, outcome-based. And I get it that people love their school. I love my kids' elementary school. How I ended up on this board. Somehow I got roped into being the parent-teacher club president. Well, a weird decision I said yes to many years ago. But if my kids left there and they were measurably and demonstrably, that might not be the right word, that they could not demonstrate that they could read, they could do math, they could do science, and that they finished high school and they had no option to go to college, but to go to the junior college and enter the remedial classes to get to the classes. I mean, that's what A through G means. And I am probably the biggest CTE proponent here. I started my entire career in trades. I'm in charge of trades today. And that's the thing I struggle with, is that we cannot demonstrate that people are college or career ready. That's my item. As I struggle with that in reading this petition and reading your own supplied items of, we can demonstrate one child, one person in 3 years, A through G. That pains me. I think about, I have 3 children. Maybe one day one of them will have a child. But how could I support a place, even how much I loved it? And I will say that elementary school has been through many changes. It's a very few Title I school in the area that I live in. And when things are not going well there, the parents are on fire. They're on fire when the students are not doing well. And so that's where I say, you may love the school, but where were the parents even to be on fire about the students are not demonstrating skill mastery? That is my struggle, is we cannot show demonstratively that people have skill mastery. Aaron, do you have a comment? Yeah, probably. I don't know if she can. I don't.
Well, I was gonna.
Is it okay? Public to speak?
I think we already had public comment.
Sorry. And who are you?
My name is Kathleen Saxon.
But you don't represent the school, you're a parent. I'm not gonna allow, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow that conversation at this point. You have done.
So I was gonna respond to that. I think too, I understand that struggle. But I think also the other perspective is if we have some students that are going into the school already in high school, where do we acknowledge the fact that the schools they were at before already failed them and they're already struggling for one reason or another? Or the student who has autism, who's not supported in a regular public school. I don't have a child with special needs, but I was a sister of someone with special needs. And I saw how much my parents struggled in a public setting just for the school to give them a chance to do school the way that others did, but with the support they needed. You know, so hard to have them in a school that supported them the way that they deserved, or that they felt were in a small enough classroom where they could have a one-on-one with the teacher, or that they had a good relationship with the principal. Not all parents have that. I mean, a lot of parents don't even speak the language, and they don't always feel comfortable going and talking to the school, or they feel full confidence that the school's doing what they're supposed to do. And I tell you, I'm sure that that's very different in certain areas than maybe Prova's areas, where parents are very much involved in their child's education. I know that I'm very much involved differently in my child's education than my parents were. My mom trusted the schools fully, 100%. She went, you know, she trusted that they were teaching me what they were supposed to teach me. But that was about it. I think that I, as a parent, would treat it differently. I would look at how am I homeschooling my child? Do they need an extra tutor? What am I doing to support them? It may not be the same demographics that we're talking about here, big picture. And I think so I don't know that that's a fair way to look at it. If, you know, you compare it to a school that may not have the same demographic of students that are struggling. So and that doesn't take away from the responsibility for us to educate our students, but I think that we have to do it in a way that keeps our students in school and that supports the parents' involvement. That, you know, we heard from a grandmother who's, you know, taking care of her granddaughter, and she's so supportive of all the things that she's involved with in school. I know that grades aren't everything, and I know grades, you know, you can have good grades in one high school and bad grades in another, and it doesn't really measure what your education really is. Unfortunately, that's just the discrepancies that we have in our education system. So, I don't know.
This is our dialogue. Did you have, well, are you proposing a motion, making a motion?
I am ready. When we're finished with discussion, it's just trying to make sure we don't have a discussion here. And Vice President, you have.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna, my 2 cents is, I respect our staff so much, and I know that they have done the best job that they could do. And I hear the challenges that you've gone through as a leadership team, and I understand the commitment and the belief in the school that the parents and the kids have and the staff. And we're kind of like, you know, a difficult situation. I would like to see a win-win situation. And not to say that the students wouldn't have another option that might be suitable, but it certainly would be a disruptive type of situation on top of whatever else existed. So those are just my feelings about this. And I am asking for a motion. Well, let me read the statement here. The staff has prepared and recommended the adoption of Resolution 2025-21, which, if adopted, would deny Big Picture Education Academy renewal charter petition, and which would make findings based on the facts and recommended findings set forth in the Charter Committee's report. Just to make it clear, 3 votes are required for the board to adopt the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-21, denying the Big Picture Education Academy renewal charter petition?
So moved.
Motion by, to approve the denial, right? That's by Tapscott Munson. Is there a second?
I'll second it to put it to a vote.
Angela, roll call vote, please. Motion by Tapscott Munson, second by Burton.
Vice President Massamoto,
No.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles,
No.
Member Tapscott Munson. Yes.
Okay. Further discussion or another motion?
So one, being that we're a split vote, and we have 530 students, are we considering maybe giving them or what are we talking about, board?
I would.
Doctor, let me ask Dr. Hunt, what would our stance be on that?
He already gave his recommendation.
What is the?
He already gave his recommendation.
What is the lowest recommendation we can give to them for a renewal in order to allow them transitional time to get it together?
It sounds like it was up to us, right?
Something that we can vote on.
Particularly when you think about career readiness and some of those indicators that.
And not 5 years.
The show, 2 to 3 years minimum. 1 year, it'll take them a year to implement the things they're talking about. And then data that lag. So we're talking 2 to 3 years, probably for some document for, as it relates to student outcomes.
So because I want to be here, to make the vote, if that ever comes back again, I would like to consider a 2-year.
I think it might need to be 3 from what the data, so what's the recommendation?
Like, I mean, they're already on the path to be, I'd be okay with 2 years because they're basically 2.5 years. I mean, there'd only be so much data. I'm looking at Dr. Lyra. You're the instructional person. Data.
So I'll make a motion then.
Let me ask, if there is a motion to grant, the motion should also make it clear that it's conditional upon charter school entering into
An MOU.
MOU. Yes. On board.
I was wondering if Dr. Lyra had I don't
May-
put you on the spot, but you are a
That's okay.
curriculum specialist.
May I ask a question? Has all of the staff currently been trained on the new core material? And are they ready to differentiate instruction? And that's just not general ed staff, but also special education staff? And is that training taking place during academic time where there will be sufficient substitutes to care for these children that already have an academic gap? Academic gap. So in order for them just to learn and really implement that curriculum, you're looking at least a year. In order to see change, minimum, you're looking at 2 years. But in 1 year, it could happen, but it would have to be very accelerated. A lot of pre and post, a lot of differentiating instruction, a lot of having time within their PLCs to unpack the data and have that ongoing conversation and be willing, if the teachers are willing, the teacher burnout will be high unless you have good systems in place to compensate them for their time that they're going to pull from their family, because they're going to have to tweak lessons, adjust lessons, and change major practices. We're talking hours invested. So at least from the academic day, at least a good 2 hours per day afterward, looking at that data and adjusting lessons for students, not letting, goes back to the no child falls behind, right? Not allowing the students to continue to have that gap. So I hope I answered that question thoroughly.
I think so. I have one question. We did something before. How often were your monitoring visits in the MOU during the first year?
You mean when we did it?
Yeah, down the low performing. We did a low performing 2-year renewal, but
Yes.
we had MOU specifics on site visits, meetings with their administrative staff more often, greater support, because we're making a decision not just on their school, we are also making a decision that makes you incredibly more busy. Know that.
Like as soon as next, if this were to be approved, I think as soon as next week, we would be connecting with the teacher leadership to look at alternative additional metrics. I think we will be looking for the development of a written action plan, almost as if it was treated like a low tier schools. We'd be looking for an action plan. We'd be looking for, we're talking probably classroom walks and site visits every 2 months. Again, this is all without writing anything down. It would be an intense oversight, working with their expertise, and how that, in the best interest of big picture kids, how we can ensure that this new leadership team makes things happen for their kids in a relatively speedy manner.
And Dr. Han, I also want to address one of the concerns that was an ongoing concern was having the appropriate staff for some of those core subjects. There were some unfilled teacher positions that have been an ongoing conversation, some paras filling in. So I know you've been trying to fill those positions, but I think we couldn't make any exceptions in order for, for the success to be relevant.
And you're willing to agree to all of that wonderful.
Well, they either have to or it doesn't have. I know. I'll tell you, it's like a deep pit down in my stomach, okay? But ultimately, I only see 1, 2. It's very difficult for me. I feel there's some board members here who really want to give you a second chance, and how do we structure that? And so I see the only way to structure that is that we do a 2-year renewal with an MOU, and that we have a 1-year monitoring that they must return to us. And that MOU comes back to us for approval, right?
Yes, it will come back.
It comes back to us
within 30 days. So in our May.
Yes. Work. And so some schools have had trouble, and wholesale changes happen. And yes, they have turned it around. But it's an enormous lift. And it's not just a lift for them, it's a lift for the superintendent's staff. And so if and there was many monitorings, there was returns to this board to provide monitorings, to provide updates, to inform us how things were going. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't think, we're not sitting here just to have a meeting. We're very invested, in students in Fresno, especially students who many of our schools served who are at risk. I often tell people when they ask about our students, I say we serve actually the most at-risk students. Our students are the students who they can't get in a charter school. They're doing credit recovery. They're in juvenile hall. You don't get to juvenile hall for stealing cars anymore. And some people are there until they're in their 20s. So we have adult education going on there too. And so to say that I think we have a critical perspective of it, I think that we do. And so I don't see a way that we do anything, but if there was a motion to return with an MOU, is what I would say, a motion to return with an MOU that has a required 1-year monitoring, that they report their alternative metrics that are approved in the MOU, and that we would then consider their second year and that outcome, how we did with low performing schools. But that would be for the 2-year. Because my item is, and that's my motion.
So moved. Can you restate that motion?
No. No. So I'll say my motion is, no, my motion is to approve, to direct for an MOU to be developed for a 2-year.
There needs to be a motion to grant or deny.
Yeah, to grant a 2-year renewal for the MOU to be developed with a required monitoring at 1 year. So we'll be back here next year because I love to come back to the same meetings. And that they will be, I'm comfortable saying they're required to have at minimum quarterly monitoring meetings with superintendent staff on the progress of the implementation of new curriculum.
So moved. Your second. So the motion is to grant a 2-year renewal with an MOU that has a 1-year required monitoring and quarterly
reporting
reporting
on curriculum implementation. I owe you a fruit basket. Well, I watched Severance, so you need to get a pineapple as a.
Motion by Burton, second by Tapscott Munson. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Lopez.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes. Come on, you guys.
Motion carries.
You can do. Come on now.
Can we have a recess for like 5 minutes?
We certainly can. I take a recess until my. Oh, wait, okay. It's not here.
Yeah, don't worry about
I'm speaking. Oh, we got it. We got it covered.
Oh,
So, facilities and operations, Jeff Becker, consider approval of equipment transfer agreement between Sprintcom LLC and Fresno County Board of Ed for an elevated steel platform attached to the towers. Enlighten us.
Like all good reports, starting on the last page gives you a picture of the tower in question. But what this is a raised metal platform that's attached to structural elements of the building that was originally installed in '96, but we entered into an agreement with Sprint. Then I think they were Captel to have a cell tower on our. That contract has terminated. They've removed their equipment for the original agreement. This platform remains, and the recommendation is that we keep this platform. It may become useful in future projects. You have some generator work that we need to do. The platform could come into play on because we have some structural elements of the building. So the agreement attached to this has been vetted with my staff and legal staff, and it's great with the consideration. We will to transfer and accept that element.
Is there any cost to it?
Other questions?
They don't have to pay to take it out.
Yeah.
Questions? Is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Burton, second by Robles. Roll call vote, please.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles,
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to the next item, Jeff Becker again. Consider approval of resolution 2025-18 declaring Scout Island North property as exempt surplus property and categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. This work takes the next steps forward. Relation to the offer letter or accepted at last month's meeting to transfer the Scout Island North property to San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. It really is doing two things. One, it's declaring it surplus. Now, surplus exempt property, which sets the stage for us to be able to transfer it to a exact wording to another government. That's to a third-party intermediary for future dedication for the use of agents. So the conservation, the conservancy is the state agency, the trust is a third-party intermediary, which is by definition one of exempt surplus categories. It also speeds along the process because there are fewer notifications and processes that you have to go through. So this makes that surplus declaration. It also declares that we're exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and file a notice, categorical notice of exemption. There are two categories, both related to preserving land and open space. And this process is perfunctory to coming back to you in June with the final negotiated purchase option. So filing the notice of exemption.
So this isn't changing who we're giving or selling the property to, right? It's still
That is correct.
same.
Not change. This is part of effectuating the offer.
Just in order to sell, we have to declare a property surplus before we can enter the public process of surplus.
I think it's surplus. We haven't done anything with it, right? It's just been sitting there. Motion by Robles, I'll second. Roll call?
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Becker. All right. Okay, moving on. To Superintendent Coper, consider adoption of Resolution 2025-12, recognizing May 7th as National School Nurse Day.
I have an eclectic list of recognitions for you in the next 6 or 7 action items. We'll start with May as Mental Health and Awareness Month. Since 1949, Mental Health Awareness Month has
Nurses first.
Nurses Day. We're doing Nurses Day first.
Notes are a little bit out of order then. Thank you very much. Let's get the nurses recognized. Okay, jump into here. Okay, on Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 has been designated as National School Nurse Day. Credentialed school nurses are recognized at this time for services provided in our county through a resolution. And just to sort of underscore the fact that we recognize that our school nurses serve students that face multiple challenges that affect their social, emotional, and physical well-being, and that this is our opportunity to acknowledge their contributions to keeping our children safe and well, so that then they can learn in our schools. So we recommend that the board join the county superintendent in acknowledging credentialed school nurse services as deserving of recognition on National School Nurse Day.
Thank you. Any questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Scott Munson, second by Robles.
Vice President Masamoto?
Yes.
Member Burns?
Yes.
Member Robles? Member Tapscott Munson?
Motion carries. Now we can consider adoption of Resolution 2025-13, recognizing mental health awareness.
Since 1949, Mental Health Awareness Month has inspired conversations around mental health. The National Alliance on Mental Illness theme this year is In Every Story There's Strength. The theme helps to shine a light on the resilience and diverse experiences that define mental health journeys in our community. Through this campaign, we celebrate the power of storytelling to foster connection, understanding, and hope. The administration recommends the board join the county superintendent of schools to adopt and approve this resolution in support of May as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Discussion? Motion?
So moved.
Motion to approve by
Second.
Burton, second by Scott Munson. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masamoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 6, consider adoption of Resolution 2025-14, recognizing May as National Speech and Hearing and Language Month.
May is National Speech Language Hearing Month, raising awareness about communication disorders and their impact. Studies show that while many Americans are concerned about hearing balance and speech issues, few seek treatment, despite hearing loss affecting 48 million people. The stigma still remains a barrier, with 65% of adults with communication disorders reporting negative perceptions. We believe that this month will promote early intervention, reduce stigma, and encourage proactive care for speech, language, and hearing health of our students. So administration recommends the board join the county superintendents to adopt resolution 2025-14.
Questions, comments, discussion, motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Scott Munson, second by Robles.
Vice President Masamoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson?
Yeah.
All right, next one, number 7, consider adoption of Resolution 2025-15, recognizing May 1st as Principals Day.
The dedication and determination of our principals sets the academic tone for their schools as they work collaboratively with teachers to develop and maintain high curriculum standards and set performance goals and objectives for our students. Please join me in recognizing May 1st as School Principals Day, and I encourage you to look to approve this resolution so that we can acknowledge this with as an example for our school districts.
Thank you very much. Approval, adoption of the motion.
Motion by Scott Munson. There a second? I'll second. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masamoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Item 8, consider adoption of resolution 2025-16, recognizing May 5 through 9 as National Teachers Appreciation Week.
It's our opportunity to say thank you this week and throughout the year to the extraordinary educators who work tirelessly to help all students learn, grow, and fulfill their potential. I have thought it all along, but I asked Jenny to verify it, and we have over 10,000 classroom teachers in Fresno County schools.
Wow.
Isn't that a number?
That's amazing.
Honestly, we've wanted for years to really elevate the profession and give them the respect they deserve. So you may be aware that we ran a terrific teacher campaign. We, meaning Jenny's department, we had over 350 names submitted.
Nice.
That means people have paused for a moment and thought about those teachers that have made a difference in either their lives or their children's lives. And we're really excited about that. We recommend that the board join the county superintendent to approve, adopt, receive, acknowledge, and execute this resolution.
Thank you so much. As a child of parents, we appreciate it, and I motion approval of the adoption.
Resolution, great. Is there a second?
So moved.
Motion by Tapscott Munson, second by Burton.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Item 9, consider adoption of resolution 2025-17, recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are one of the fastest growing groups in the United States, and this month celebrates the unique journey of all of our Asian American and Pacific Islander immigrants and citizens in the United States and honors their life experiences, traditions, and cultures. I recommend that the board join me in approving this resolution so that we can serve as a role model for doing so for our school districts.
I'd like to move approval.
Second.
Motion by Masamoto, second by Tapscott Munson. Roll call, please.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 10, consider adoption of resolution 2025-19 regarding encouragement to continue to focus on school safety.
School safety is an issue that continues to be of concern at the county, state, and national level. This resolution would encourage schools in Fresno County to continue efforts toward maintaining school safety. You know that this last several years, we've given a lot of focus on school safety, and we work diligently to engage our school districts. We just had 250 people attend the Safe Schools Symposium. And every time we come together, we learn from our presenters, but we also learn from each other about what some of the new threats are and what we need to do to keep our kids safe and well. And so I invite you to recommend that you consider the adoption of resolution 2025-19 to this end.
Motion to approve. Motion by Robles. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Burton to approve. Roll call.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 11, consider adoption of resolution 2025-20, recognizing May 18th to 24 as classified school employee week.
Our classified school employees provide valuable services to schools, to our office, to our students, and to the staff here at FCSS. And our employees contribute to the establishment and the promotion of a positive environment here in our office, as well as instructional environment. Finally, our classified school employees of FCSS strive for excellence in all areas relative to the educational community. So let it be resolved that the Fresno County Board of Education and the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contribution of the classified school employees to quality education in our county and in the state of California with this resolution honoring classified school employee week.
We are so proud of our classified staff.
We are.
So I would like to make the motion.
And I'll second it as a retired classified employee. Thank you.
Motion by Masamoto, second by Tapscott Munson.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Motion carries. What a team. Okay,
Moving
moving
along.
on. Community. There's no closed session. Trustee activities. Are there any travel requests? No travel requests, travel expenses and reimbursement. We've got some reimbursements for third quarter mileage listed on your agenda, totaling $544.39. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion by Burton, second by Robles.
Vice President Masamoto.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes. Vice President Masamoto, do I need to have a vote for my absence last month for my,
Future board decide.
Let's put that on a future board item.
And
I wasn't here last month.
So I think Angela needs to send her a document that needs to be filled out. We'll do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any correspondence to communicate?
It's a lot of big picture.
I did, but maybe I'll address it with the superintendent. I mean, I don't know if everybody else got one regarding, I think that the teacher of the year. Yes, okay. I did receive one, but I don't know if any follow-up this meeting.
What's typical is, in fact, Kimberly's forwarded to me that, just please advise.
Yeah.
And I gave her an idea. I shared with her what our response is.
Okay, perfect. I will email you. Okay.
Any other correspondence? Any comments by board members? Who would like to start?
Start.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was fortunate enough to be able to attend the CSBA County Board Governance Workshop in Sacramento this past weekend. It was my first workshop. And we got to hear from Chris Gardner. I don't know if you guys are familiar with who he is, but his story was what inspired the movie The Pursuit of Happiness, which was the main character was Will Smith. And if you haven't seen that movie, please watch it. It's amazing. But he shared his story of being a single dad and coming from the background that he came from and being as successful as he is now. And he goes all around many schools doing motivational speeches. And so it's very, it was very much aligned to kind of the discussion we had today about just supporting all of our students. And we acknowledge that, they all come from different backgrounds and have different barriers. And the ultimate goal is to figure out how we can make sure we're part of their success. So that was the main theme. And I got to meet many other fellow board members. I had no idea how many school districts have a very little amount of students. And I think that was part of oh my gosh, we have over 200,000 students. And I think having some of those conversations, they were amazed at how we're able to serve so many students. So that's a testament to our superintendent. And just being able to kind of have a discussion about different structures, the way other boards operate. And I think one of the things I noticed is that, we're being very intentional about also having access to our meetings, having them recorded. Not a lot of boards do that. For many reasons. And I'm very much an advocate for that because I know that there's instances where parents or teachers or staff or the public doesn't have the opportunity to attend their meetings, but being able to go back and see the recordings of it, not have to wait a whole month to get the minutes from the previous meeting, it makes a difference. And they're able to access us easier and advocate for the things that, we have a discussion on and maybe in the future. So I appreciate us being able to do that. And also, that leads me into, I don't know who we contract with for the sound system, but I think maybe rewatching the meetings and seeing how we can maybe improve the sound or the way, the closeness to us and the speakers, because I know I very much want to highlight our students and figuring out a way that we can make sure that they're highlighted in video, because if it was my child, I would save that video if they came in and were honored. And so I want to make sure we make that as easy and accessible for them. I know we're also having another parent conference at CTEC High School, and because it's at CTEC and it's in my area, I want to make sure I highlight it. On April 26th, that's a Saturday at 8:30 a.m. I shared it on my social media, but just encouraging parents to come out and really take advantage of the resources that our superintendent's providing. And the other one is a question, just wanted to see if we have a list of our recommendations for our board projects yet.
I have two and, sorry, Moto has two, and then we'll frankly just have a discussion about the others that might surface. New speaker equipment in the last 3 days.
And we might need to be cued if we need to maybe move closer to the microphone as well. Just picks up.
So we acknowledge that as well. Yeah.
Great. I'm so glad that you got to go to the training.
Oh, yes.
Your first introduction to others outside of the area, so that's great.
And wait till you get your pin once you complete all of your classes.
Oh, really?
Yes, I have one.
Member Robles, thank you, Member Robles. Member Burke, would you like to?
I'll talk a little bit. I listened to the ACCBE Legislative Committee. They talked about bills that they have already supported, one being AB 1224 regarding substitute teachers' days of service, that substitute teachers are currently limited to 30 days in a single classroom. AB 1224 would up that number of days to 60. I think we all know that substitutes are not easy to come by. They also have AB 927, which has to do with the Williams School inspections. AB 959 regarding administrative credential internships and how those are rolled out and how they're accredited. Rehiring, I think there's AB 606 that they looked at about rehiring counselors, nurses. LA County Office of Education has done a pilot project that they're trying to incorporate in AB 970 as a pilot regarding mandated reporting, which is actually like an enhanced training for mandated reporting. LA County, through their pilot program, found that their increased training on staff on identifying items that are mandated reporting, that many of their staff were mandated reporting poverty, not child abuse. And so certain demographics were seeing a lot higher reports and really that they were unfounded. And so I asked for some items on that from them, just so you guys know about how that training would be rolled out, how those trainings would be required, who would bear the cost of providing those trainings, because training sounds great, but someone has to pay for the training to be completed. AB 1111 is a 10-year delay on the mandated implementation of electric buses. Might not be the shiniest, greatest thing to urban school districts. Surprise to everyone who hears about Fresno County. We are an urban county. We are not designated as rural, although we are very rural. But we have a very big urban core. And so a lot of the technology that exists for electric buses, it does not function for districts like Kings Canyon, Chowchilla, Kalinga Huron, Mendota. They're traveling much longer distances and the buses can't not make those trips. And that is actually from one of our Valley legislators who's introduced that. I believe it's Soria. Yeah, I tried to get them to jump on with us. There's some literacy bills coming from the LA County Office of Education. There's items on civics in classroom teaching to move civics education all the way through from elementary school. And so there some different items have been recommended up to the ACCBE board to consider supporting some of these items. So it's kind of interesting to listen in and hear different people talk about why they thought they should support these and hear their board and then their legislative side kind of give their reasonings. And they kind of continue to grow with slow county growth, but some of our counties around us are kind of difficult to contact, even though some of them may have been past presidents of the CCBE. So that's what they're doing right now.
Some of our local boards don't have emails posted on their site for their board members.
That is true.
Anyhow.
Some of them say email the superintendent. So it could be difficult to contact some people.
Thank you for that update.
I have a new grandson. He's beautiful. Working on the house, moving along, rebuilding the house on Kearney. Here, grateful to be here with you. This is super fun. So we're working through it, and we'll all be together next month. We've got a picnic coming up, so we've got a lot of activities. I'm glad we didn't have anything leading up to this, so this was a lot, but we're done. It's almost 6 o'clock, so we're moving along. Just grateful for you all.
Thank you. And I would just want to comment on a couple things. I thought the board training that the legal team did was excellent, fairly well attended. We had a good turnout.
Yeah.
And just to pass on that they did a great job. Also, the night of our last board meeting, attended the science fair. That program is like clockwork. Those guys know how to run a wonderful awards program. And I got there early enough in order to interview some of the kids at their exhibits. They're phenomenal. They're just phenomenal. And the one I loved that I spoke with was a student who actually got a 7th grade student that got licensed to administer a test that professionals administer of classmates, kind of a pre and post test, or 2 groups on the effects of cell phones and social media. It was amazing. It was amazing, really. I mean, and his results were similar to what we heard in Anaheim of the keynote speaker. So that was kind of neat. Anyhow, I just think our students are really doing amazing things. And I think that's all I have to share at this point. Thank you so much. So we'll move on to superintendent's report. Dr. Cofer.
I'll be brief. I first want to acknowledge Jason, who is humbly taking our minutes. Thank you, sir. I don't know if you're aware, Angela is in a local production in Selma on stage, and she would have not had an understudy. So she is driving now, and it will be on stage in 11 minutes, I believe. So thank you, Jason, for stepping up, and you're a representative of this team. We step in as needed. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I also just wanted to share what I wanted to share with our audience today. One of the core responsibilities of our office is to ensure that every student has access to a high-quality education. The review process that took place over the last several months examined 26 areas of consideration. I really wanted to publicly acknowledge the professionalism of Big Picture. They handled the preparation of their petition with a lot of professionalism and their responses. It was very evident that their community is devoted to their students. And we all sat through 3+ hours of public discourse, and they were in it from the beginning, so I appreciate that. I would be very remiss if I didn't highlight the the incredible leadership of our charter review team. Just say that the level of professionalism, the thoroughness, the consideration, the concern, and the sensitivity with which each and every member spoke to and came alongside big picture, and you know, frankly, the courage to put all that in a report is very evident of the quality of the team members we have at FCSS, and I'm really the outcome of the renewal. The decision that was made today, thank you each and every one of you for the thorough, thoughtful, respectful, and dignified discourse with our public. And really the outcome of that decision is marks not really an end, but rather a challenge to do better. We have created a 26-point roadmap, and we are in it to support them, and our kids deserve much, much better than they've had. So we're very, very committed to coming alongside for the next 1 to 2 years to be supportive of that process. It was a difficult decision, though, and I wanted to thank everyone for their part in it. We have had a lot of exciting things. You mentioned the science fair. We had Heartbeat Awards, which is a beautiful celebration of student photographers. And of note, the Uncommon Heroes was the theme, and I can't begin to tell you how many people were represented as subjects for that theme that were educators. Some of them were the office secretary or it was so evident that our schools are stepping in and filling remarkable roles of importance and support to our students. And that was a really neat celebration through the arts program. We had a You Matter Day with over 1,200 students that filled 3,000 boxes of food for Fresno County residents in need, as well as the LA fire victims. And again, shout out to Brady Matoyan, who took one look at that assembly line and inserted himself when it wasn't running efficiently enough, because he was committed to getting 3,000 boxes done. Between Maddie and Brady Matoyan, we are very, very fortunate to have them in steward roles on behalf of our students. I too have heard so many compliments about our trustee governance training. And then if you didn't have a chance to get out there, the design build that was a competition that was held over Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at the Brothers Fairgrounds was unbelievable. We had a ratio of about 4 adults to every student. And over the shoulder of a kiddo with a welding, piece of equipment was a professional that was probably going to hire him or her as soon as they completed that task. It was remarkable. We had over 50 organizations involved, contractors, union trades, representatives, and then each of them sent about 3 or 4 adults to work with our students. It was very, very inspiring. And again, our very small team of Anthony Ayerza and our Fresno CTE ROP made that all happen. I called him on Monday to see how he was recovering, and he was on a forklift, lifting up a finished shed that will go to Mendota to be the new ticket, holder place for Mendota High School. So a lot of good things happening there. There are a lot of calendar events coming up: ROP Advisory Night, Goodwill Picnic, Pillar Awards, Court School Spaghetti Luncheon. We have another Olympiad. We have Young Authors Fair, and then we sort of wrap up all of our Season of Excellence on May 9th at Kids Day. John Dolan from the zoo will be there as our guest, and it will be wonderful. Hopefully you'll be able to carve out some time to join us. On a personal note, while each of us are celebrating, and you are celebrating the accomplishments of our graduates, I will be celebrating my own kiddo's graduation. So I'm sorry to say I'll be missing at least 4 or 5 of our major events at the end of May, because I'll be celebrating with, I think he'll be an ensign in the Navy. So it's been an exciting process, and I'm excited to be there. But I will be missing all the fun that happens as we celebrate our own students. And then I would just like to engage us in a couple of considerations. Remember, the board project process is that we sort of remind you of the process last month. This month we sort of queue up a few suggestions in hopes that over the next 30 days before we get to our next meeting on May 17th, you've given a little thought to what you really want to do with $20,000. Last year, a reminder, we spent 10 on an instructional program and 5 on community projects, 5 each on community projects. I always feel responsible to you to give you at least 2 or 3 suggested options, and I'm very excited about these options for you to consider as board projects. And then I know Marcy and I have been discussing for several weeks now 2 additional options as well. So do you want to kick us off, Marcy, or do you want me to?
Sure, I'll just share, I had somebody reach out to me recently for the farm related to Special Olympics. And, you know, it occurred to me, 1, I didn't know that much about Special Olympics, and 2, our kids are the kids. So I and in communication with Special Olympics to see if they had priority projects. I said between $5,000 and $10,000, and thinking that we would chunk what we're going to do similar to last year. Meanwhile, Michelle also contacted Trina and her staff, and there is a staff member that's been very much involved with Special Olympics as a coach and so on. I know they've got a couple events coming up. I'm going to try to go to one. I have not received back their project proposal. Michelle's got one idea that we have a team, our county has a team, and they don't have any uniforms. So that might be something, but I'd like to also wait on the formal proposal until I hear back from Special Olympics to see if they have an urgent need that we could fill through our process. The second idea was just this week, my Rotary Club visited Cornerstone Community Care, which is a nonprofit organization right downtown here. And they have a program called Project Student Aid, where they, for $3,000 per school, they support through this program, they support Title I schools. Currently, they think they've got like 12 schools on their list. And the support that they give are backpacks to the schools with supplies. They provide incentives to the schools for monthly programming, you know, like for attendance and so on, and they provide bicycles to the schools for incentives and reinforce good behavior through the program. So again, I would need to write this up, but $3,000 per school. I was thinking that maybe we could sponsor 1 or 2 campuses. I'd love to, the schools that are currently in the program are more here in the central or downtown-ish area of Fresno Unified. They're open to going beyond Fresno Unified. I would love to see some of our more rural schools that they'd be willing to support, because those schools don't have all of those extra resources in their own communities. So it would be the sponsor for 1 year, and it's they took an, I asked if they want ongoing funding or one-time funding. They said one-time funding's fine, because then I can go out, their development person can go out to their communities and their neighborhoods to solicit support from businesses and farmers or whomever. So those are just 2 ideas that I will try to formalize and have in your board packet for next.
I'd love to tell you how much how confident I am in both of those ideas, by the way. Just to flesh out the special education, we have 100 students that participate in Special Olympics. I learned that because you queued me up to learn that about our staff. And so those 100 students do not have uniforms. And so we've got to address that at some point, I think. But I appreciate that that was brought to our attention. And then Pastor Franklin at Cornerstone Church has established a 501c3 for those. He has a couple of different services that he does alongside schools. So I think that
yeah, the nonprofit is separate from the church. It's a totally separate group. It's not religious.
And they have a wonderful army of folks that do good things for kids. So it's wonderful.
They have a food program almost looks like almost as big as a food bank that they distribute food regularly. But this is a specific school project that I thought was relevant.
And then the two that I would just kind of queue up for you to consider is one centered at our alternative education Worsley program. Adult students who successfully complete dual enrollment at Worsley with their teachers then can move into what's a new program called Pipeline to Opportunity Program, which is a partnership with Focus Forward and Probation. We currently have 15 adults that are potentially could be enrolled in this program. And the whole idea is to help them with the completion of their associate degrees. And we even have 2 students at this time that are enrolled in a 4-year university. So again, it would be coming alongside those Worsley students and really elevating the work that they're doing. I'm actually not sure, Dr. Lira, how much money that would cost for us to, do you have any idea what that would cost us, foster youth?
To the alternative education program.
Focus Forward.
Yeah, it would just be whatever it is that we want to give, because we buy materials for them, and we buy them a shirt and a sweater to kind of reflect with their peers that are incarcerated. I'm a student right now for a community college or so forth.
So minimal cost.
Minimal
probably.
cost.
Yes, but probably high satisfaction rate for doing it. And then we wanted to make sure you knew that we're very keen on the idea of submitting to Golden Bell, the ECE program that we have been developing. You made a $10,000 contribution to that work. It's the Family STEM or STEAM Nights at ECE, and it would be an extension of that. We have now collected enough data that we believe our Golden Bell application will be very, very strong. So those are a couple options for you.
And which project are you submitting for Golden Bell?
Early care and education.
Thank you.
I do have one suggestion, if I may.
Sure.
So there's an elementary school. I want to say it's probably in board member Munson's, Munson's area. It's Jane Addams Elementary School. And so their community schools coordinator was sharing with me that they serve about almost 20% of all Fresno Unified's like homeless and at-risk youth that are considered homeless or foster care youth. And they have, they have many struggles, and one of them being transportation issues, but that's separate and apart. But they have this center where they provide like necessities for the students, whether it's socks or t-shirts or just like basic necessities. And I think it would be a good thing to support them, and maybe purchasing some of those items that maybe could get them through the next 6 months or so. But it's like basic things. It literally could be like socks, underwear, undershirts, hygiene products, things like that. But I think it'd be great to like get their center kind of stocked up for a little bit.
They are one of the schools that Cornerstone Community Care supports, and they also have supplies like those that they distribute in addition to food, that hopefully those two are connecting on some of that already. I mean,
I know they have a hard time with, from the conversations I've had, is connecting with communities, because we tend to kind of forget about them because they're like along the 99 off to the side, and you have other schools that are like closer to, I guess, to the Motel Drive, and they get a lot of services, but that particular school seems to get forgotten. And I know because I moved there, it's not always one that we think about, even in our office. So, but it would just be, a good way to support those specific students. Receive those resources.
are you done? Okay. Well, future agenda items, we have Trustee Scott Munson's absence from the March meeting that needs to go on the agenda. Did you want to bring up what was passed to me in writing?
Now. Probably when we revisit later, if we want to talk about, I'll just say committee assignments in general.
Okay. So revisiting committee assignments.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that needs to go as a future agenda item? Okay. Next meeting, we've got May 15th. It's kind of right in the midst of all sorts of things happening. And, there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Burton, second by Pat Scott. So, roll call, please.
Vice President Matsumoto,
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles, Member Tapscott Markson.
Motion carries. Have a good evening.
Member